Every exhausted mind you see during the day is carrying a conversation that never truly stops. Even in silence, the thinking continues. The replaying, the planning, the worrying, the endless mental noise that follows you into the dark the moment the world finally slows down. And maybe you know that feeling more than anyone. Lying in bed with tired eyes, but a restless mind, wanting peace, but feeling trapped inside your own thoughts. Because an overactive mind does not know how to rest naturally. It scans for problems even when nothing is wrong. It replays old moments as if they still need solving. It creates future disasters before they even exist. And slowly, without realizing it, the mind becomes addicted to tension. Not because you want suffering, but because your nervous system forgot what safety feels like. We were taught how to survive pressure, but never how to release it. Taught how to stay productive, but never how to become still. Taught how to carry responsibility, but never how to set it down. So the mind keeps running long after the body is exhausted. And the deeper the silence around you becomes, the louder your inner world feels. But the Stoics understood something most people never learn. They understood that peace is not found by controlling every thought. It comes from no longer fearing them, from observing the storm without becoming the storm, from realizing that not every thought deserves your attention, and not every emotion deserves your obedience. Tonight, this sleep session is not here to entertain you. It is here to quiet the war inside your mind, to slowly loosen the grip of overthinking, to calm the nervous system that has been carrying too much for too long, and to remind you that beneath all the mental noise, there is still a calm version of you waiting to breathe again. So for the next few hours, you do not need to solve your life. You do not need to predict tomorrow. You do not need to carry the weight of the entire world in your head. Tonight, your only job is to let go. Because underneath most overthinking, there is something far deeper than stress. There is a mind that became so used to noise that silence now feels unfamiliar. And when a person no longer knows how to sit peacefully with themselves, the mind starts creating movement just to avoid stillness. The strange thing about an overactive mind is that it often feels productive, even when it is slowly exhausting you. Thoughts keep moving, problems keep forming, memories keep replaying, and somewhere inside all that mental activity, the brain begins to believe that constant thinking equals safety. That if you stay mentally alert long enough, maybe you can prevent pain before it arrives. Maybe you can control life before life surprises you. Maybe you can outthink uncertainty itself. But that is where the trap begins. Because the mind was never designed to carry endless stimulation without rest. Yet many people spend years training their nervous system to fear quiet moments. Every silence gets filled with scrolling, television, notifications, background noise, conversations, or internal worry. And after enough time, peace itself starts to feel uncomfortable. A quiet room feels strange. A calm evening feels empty. Even moments of rest can trigger anxiety because the brain has become addicted to constant mental engagement. This is why some people cannot sleep without a podcast playing, why others panic the moment they sit alone with their thoughts, why many people feel restless during vacations they once dreamed about. It is not because they truly want chaos. It is because the mind became dependent on stimulation to avoid facing what silence might reveal. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed most suffering does not come from events themselves, but from the endless internal reaction to those events. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the importance of stepping back from unnecessary mental disturbance, not because life becomes perfect, but because the mind becomes clearer when it stops feeding every thought with attention. And that is difficult for modern people. Because today, distraction is everywhere. The world profits from your inability to sit still. Every app competes for your attention. Every platform trains the brain to crave more stimulation. Fast videos, constant updates, endless information. Your nervous system never fully relaxes because it is always waiting for the next signal, the next alert, the next emotional hit. Over time, this creates something dangerous, a mind that no longer knows how to exist without noise. You can see it in small moments. Someone checks their phone after only 2 minutes of silence. Another person turns on the television the second they enter the house because the quiet feels heavy. Some people keep themselves constantly busy because slowing down forces them to feel emotions they buried years ago. And sometimes the addiction to mental noise is not even external. Sometimes it is internal. The brain keeps replaying old conversations, rehearsing future arguments, revisiting regrets, creating imaginary disasters, solving problems that do not exist yet. The body may be lying safely in bed, but internally the nervous system still feels like it is running through fire. This is why exhaustion does not always bring sleep. Some people are physically tired but mentally trapped in motion. Their thoughts continue racing because the brain mistakes overthinking for preparation. It believes constant analysis will somehow protect them from failure, embarrassment, rejection, uncertainty, or loss. But endless thinking rarely creates peace. Most of the time, it only deepens fear. A quiet mind does not come from solving every possible problem. It comes from realizing that the need to mentally control everything is itself the problem. That realization changes something inside a person. Because slowly, you begin to notice that not every thought deserves your loyalty. Not every fear deserves your attention. Not every mental impulse deserves to become a full emotional storm. And this is where healing begins. Not in forcing the mind to become silent overnight, not in fighting your thoughts aggressively, but in slowly becoming less emotionally attached to every piece of mental noise passing through you. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They observed thoughts without immediately believing them. They understood that the mind produces endless reactions, but wisdom comes from deciding which reactions deserve energy. That is a completely different way of living. Most people obey every thought automatically. If the mind says panic, they panic. If the mind says worry, they worry. If the mind says something terrible might happen tomorrow, the body responds as if danger is already real. But once you learn to observe the mind calmly, something powerful happens. You begin separating yourself from the noise. You realize you are not every thought you think. You are the awareness behind the thought, and awareness is quieter than panic. That quiet awareness has always been there beneath the mental chaos, beneath the overthinking, beneath the constant stimulation, beneath the pressure to stay mentally busy every second of the day. The problem is that most people never stay still long enough to hear it. But tonight, as the world slows down around you, your mind does not need more noise. It does not need another distraction. It does not need another battle with itself. What it truly needs is permission to finally rest. And once the mind becomes quieter, something else often rises to the surface. Not loud panic, not obvious fear, but the soft replay of human interaction. Conversations from earlier in the day, a strange look someone gave you, a message that sounded colder than expected, a sentence you wish you had said differently. Because for many people, the deepest mental exhaustion does not come from work. It comes from carrying social tension long after the moment has already passed. Some of the heaviest thoughts appear when the room is finally dark. The body lies still, but the mind begins reopening conversations that should have ended hours ago. Suddenly, a simple interaction becomes an emotional investigation. Why did they say it like that? Did I sound awkward? Did I offend them? Should I have explained myself differently? And without realizing it, the brain turns one moment into an endless loop. What makes this exhausting is that the mind rarely searches for peaceful answers during these moments. It searches for protection. Social overthinking is often the nervous system trying to prevent rejection, embarrassment, conflict, or abandonment. Human beings are deeply wired for connection. Thousands of years ago, being rejected by the group could threaten survival itself. And even though modern life has changed, the brain still reacts to social discomfort as if emotional exclusion is danger. That is why one small comment can stay in your head for hours. The body may no longer be in the conversation, but emotionally the nervous system keeps returning to it, searching for certainty. The mind hopes that if it replays the interaction enough times, it can find the perfect explanation, the perfect response, or the perfect way to avoid discomfort in the future. But most of the time, it only creates deeper suffering, because the more you replay conversations, the more distorted they become. A neutral expression starts feeling personal. A short reply starts sounding hostile. Silence starts feeling like rejection. The tired mind fills empty spaces with fear, and eventually you are no longer reacting to reality. You are reacting to your interpretation of reality. This is one reason nighttime overthinking feels so emotionally intense. At night, there are fewer distractions competing for your attention. The brain finally has room to process unresolved emotions. And if someone spends the entire day suppressing insecurity, frustration, sadness, or social tension, those emotions often return once external noise disappears. The Stoics understood that other people's opinions are one of the greatest sources of unnecessary suffering. Epictetus taught that peace begins when you stop trying to control things outside your authority. And one thing you can never fully control is how another human being thinks, feels, or responds. That truth is difficult for many people to accept, because deep down, most overthinkers are not trying to control others out of arrogance. They are trying to avoid emotional pain. They replay conversations because they want reassurance. They want certainty that they are liked, respected, understood, accepted, or safe. But no amount of mental replay can fully provide that safety. In fact, the more you mentally chase approval, the more emotionally dependent the mind becomes on external reactions. One compliment lifts your mood. One cold interaction ruins your peace. One unanswered message creates anxiety. Slowly, emotional stability starts depending on the behavior of other people. That is an exhausting way to live. Stoic detachment does not mean becoming cold or emotionally numb. It means learning how to stop handing your inner peace to every passing interaction. It means understanding that not every social discomfort requires analysis. Sometimes a person is tired, distracted, busy, struggling internally, and their behavior may have nothing to do with you at all. But the overactive mind personalizes everything. This is why social overthinking becomes so draining. The brain turns ordinary moments into emotional threats. It studies tone changes, facial expressions, pauses, and wording with microscopic intensity. Some people become so mentally focused on avoiding judgment that they never fully relax around others. Even after conversations end, their nervous system remains active, still trying to calculate whether they were accepted or rejected. Over time, this creates chronic emotional fatigue. The mind never fully rests because it is constantly monitoring social danger. And the painful part is that many people doing this appear completely calm on the outside. They smile, they respond politely, they function normally, but internally they are carrying dozens of unfinished emotional reactions every single day. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that he could not control the minds of others. He focused instead on his own actions, his own character, and his own response. That perspective creates freedom, because eventually you begin realizing something important. Most people are too consumed by their own insecurities to analyze you as deeply as you think. The conversation you replayed for 3 hours may already be forgotten by the other person. The awkward sentence keeping you awake may not have even registered in their mind. Human beings are usually far more focused on themselves than we realize. And strangely, that realization can feel peaceful, because it means you no longer need to carry every interaction like emotional evidence. You no longer need to mentally defend yourself against every possible misunderstanding. You no longer need to earn peace through perfect social performance. You are allowed to let conversations end. You are allowed to stop replaying them. You are allowed to release the invisible pressure of constantly managing how others see you. That release is not weakness, it is emotional maturity. And tonight, as your mind slowly begins loosening its grip on old conversations, there is something important to remember. Not every thought deserves another review. Not every interaction deserves another trial inside your head. Sometimes the deepest form of peace is simply allowing the moment to be over. And when the mind finally stops replaying conversations, it often moves directly into something else. Problem solving, planning, predicting, fixing. As if silence itself is dangerous unless the brain stays busy working on something. For many people, rest does not feel natural anymore. The moment life becomes quiet, the mind immediately searches for another issue to solve. Something strange happens when a person has lived too long in survival mode. Even peaceful moments begin to feel suspicious. A calm day feels temporary. A quiet night feels unfamiliar. And instead of relaxing into stillness, the brain starts scanning for what could go wrong next. That is why some people cannot sit in silence without mentally reorganizing their entire future. The mind starts calculating bills, relationships, mistakes, unfinished goals, health concerns, career fears, conversations that might happen tomorrow, and problems that do not even exist yet. It becomes an endless cycle of mental labor. The body may be safe in bed, but internally, the brain is still working overtime, as if danger is standing outside the door. And after years of living this way, many people no longer recognize it as anxiety. It simply becomes their normal state. They call it being responsible. They call it staying prepared. They call it being productive. But underneath all that constant mental activity is often something much deeper: fear. Because the brain usually refuses to stop solving problems when it believes stopping is unsafe. This hidden fear forms slowly over time. Sometimes it begins in childhood, especially for people who grew up around unpredictability, homes where emotions changed quickly, environments where mistakes carried heavy consequences, situations where being mentally alert became necessary for emotional survival. In those environments, the brain learns an important lesson very early: stay prepared at all times. And even years later, long after the original environment is gone, the nervous system still carries that programming. The mind keeps searching for problems because somewhere deep inside, it believes constant thinking prevents pain. But here is the painful truth. An overactive mind does not actually create control. It creates exhaustion, because life can never be fully controlled through mental effort alone. No amount of overthinking can guarantee certainty. No amount of planning can remove every possible risk. And no amount of mental preparation can protect you from every disappointment life may bring. Yet the brain keeps trying anyway. That is why some people feel guilty when they relax. They sit down to rest, but internally, tension rises. The mind whispers that they should be fixing something, preparing something, improving something. Relaxation starts feeling irresponsible. Even sleep becomes difficult Because the brain interprets stillness as vulnerability. This creates a nervous system that is constantly active, constantly alert, constantly searching, and over time, the body begins paying the price. Tight muscles, mental fatigue, emotional burnout, difficulty sleeping deeply, trouble focusing, irritability, physical exhaustion mixed with emotional restlessness. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from trying to mentally dominate what cannot be fully controlled. Seneca warned against suffering imagined troubles before they arrive. He saw how the mind creates unnecessary pain by constantly projecting itself into uncertain futures. And modern minds do this constantly. A single small problem turns into 10 future disasters. One uncertainty becomes a chain reaction of catastrophic thinking. The brain believes it is preparing for reality, but often it is only rehearsing fear. This is why people with overactive minds rarely feel finished mentally. Even when one problem gets solved, the brain quickly finds another target, another scenario to analyze, another uncertainty to prepare for. Because the deeper issue was never the specific problem itself. The deeper issue was the mind's fear of letting go of control. And that fear is incredibly common among intelligent, responsible, caring people. People who carry a lot emotionally often become chronic thinkers because thinking feels safer than feeling. Solving problems feels more comfortable than sitting with uncertainty. Constant mental activity creates the illusion of progress, even when internally the person feels completely drained. But eventually, the mind reaches a point where it cannot carry the weight anymore. Not because the person is weak, because the nervous system was never meant to remain in constant emergency mode. The Stoics practiced something powerful during moments like this. They learned how to separate effort from attachment. They still took action when necessary. They still planned wisely. But they stopped demanding absolute certainty from life itself. That changes everything internally. Because once you accept that uncertainty is part of being alive, the mind slowly loosens its grip. You stop treating every unknown as a threat that must be conquered immediately. You stop believing that constant worry equals responsibility. And for the first time in a long time, the nervous system begins experiencing something unfamiliar. Space. Space between thoughts. Space between fears. Space between the endless pressure to mentally carry the future before it arrives. That space is where peace begins returning. Not because life suddenly becomes perfect, but because the mind stops trying to fight reality every second of the day. And maybe this is one of the deepest truths about an overactive mind. It is rarely searching for answers. Most of the time, it is searching for safety. But true safety does not come from solving every possible problem in advance. It comes from trusting that you can handle life without destroying yourself mentally in the process. Tonight, you do not need to mentally solve your entire future before sleep arrives. You do not need to predict every outcome. You do not need to carry tomorrow on your shoulders while lying in the dark. For now, the problems can wait, and your mind is finally allowed to rest. And once the mind becomes addicted to solving problems, it eventually begins creating them before they even exist. Not because you want suffering, but because the brain starts believing that imagining future pain is the same thing as preparing for it. Slowly, the nervous system stops living in the present moment and starts living inside predictions. Some people spend more time emotionally surviving imaginary futures than actually living their real lives. The body may be sitting safely in a quiet room, but internally, the mind is already inside tomorrow's disaster. A future argument, a financial collapse, a medical emergency, a rejection that has not happened, a failure that may never arrive. And the frightening part is that the nervous system reacts to these imagined scenarios as if they are already real. That is why overthinking feels physically exhausting. The brain cannot always distinguish between an actual threat and a vividly imagined one. When you repeatedly picture terrible outcomes, the body releases stress chemicals anyway. Muscles tighten, breathing changes, heart rate rises, sleep weakens, digestion suffers. The nervous system enters survival mode even though nothing dangerous is happening in the present moment. This is one reason chronic worriers often feel tired all the time. Their body is fighting battles that do not exist. Many people believe anxiety only lives in the mind, but anxiety is deeply physical. A person can spend years trapped in future-based fear without realizing how much damage it creates internally. Constant mental forecasting keeps the nervous system overstimulated. The body never fully relaxes because the brain is always preparing for the next possible catastrophe, and eventually the person becomes emotionally absent from their own life. Moments pass without being fully felt because the mind is somewhere else entirely. Eating dinner while mentally preparing for failure. Sitting with loved ones while imagining worst-case scenarios. Lying in bed while rehearsing disasters that have not happened. The present moment disappears beneath the weight of imagined futures. The Stoics warned constantly about this form of suffering. Seneca wrote that people suffer more in imagination than in reality. And for many overthinkers, that sentence describes their entire emotional life. Because the future becomes a mental prison. The mind believes it is protecting you by anticipating pain early, but most of the time it only multiplies suffering. Instead of experiencing one difficult moment if it eventually arrives, the person experiences the same fear hundreds of times in advance through mental rehearsal. This creates a nervous system that never feels safe. Even peaceful seasons become difficult to enjoy because the brain is waiting for something bad to interrupt them. Happiness feels temporary. Calmness feels suspicious. Good moments become overshadowed by fear of losing them. That is one of the hidden tragedies of future-based anxiety. The mind becomes so focused on preventing pain that it loses the ability to experience peace. And many intelligent people fall into this pattern because they confuse worrying with responsibility. They believe constant mental preparation makes them wiser, stronger, or safer. But there is a difference between thoughtful planning and emotional imprisonment. Planning happens in the present moment and eventually ends. Anxiety keeps going forever. It loops endlessly because uncertainty can never be fully solved mentally. This is why some people wake up exhausted before the day even begins. Their nervous system spent the entire night running through imaginary futures. The body never truly rested because internally the brain stayed active, scanning for danger. And over time this changes a person emotionally. They become hyper-alert, easily overwhelmed, emotionally tense, unable to fully relax. Sometimes even small decisions begin feeling heavy because the brain automatically projects massive future consequences onto ordinary situations. This is not weakness. It is a nervous system that has spent too much time living in imagined survival situations. The Stoics practiced returning themselves to reality repeatedly, not the imagined future, not catastrophic predictions. Reality. What is actually happening right now? That question sounds simple, but it is powerful, because most fear loses strength when brought back into the present moment. Right now, many of the disasters the mind creates are not physically happening. They exist as mental stories, not present reality. But the nervous system reacts anyway because the brain keeps feeding those stories attention. That is why mental discipline matters so deeply. Not harsh self-control, not emotional suppression, but the ability to notice when the mind is leaving reality and entering imagined suffering. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to become consumed by future fears. He understood that the present moment is usually more manageable than the terrifying scenarios created by the anxious mind. And slowly, with practice, a person begins learning something life-changing. You do not need to mentally visit every possible future. You do not need to rehearse every disaster. You do not need to emotionally live inside events that may never happen. Because every time the mind creates an imaginary catastrophe, the body pays a real price. Real tension, real exhaustion, real emotional fatigue, real nervous system damage. That is why protecting your peace matters. Not because life will always feel comfortable, but because the body was never designed to survive constant imaginary danger. And perhaps this is the deeper wisdom behind Stoic calmness. It is not pretending problems do not exist. It is refusing to suffer every possible version of life before life even arrives. Tonight, your future does not need to be solved before you sleep. The mind may continue trying to pull you into tomorrow's fears, but you do not have to follow every thought there. You can return to this moment, to your breathing, to the quiet around you, to the reality that right now you are safe enough to rest. And sometimes, healing begins the moment the nervous system finally realizes it no longer has to survive futures that have not happened yet. And when the nervous system spends too much time trapped in imagined futures, something painful slowly begins happening inside the relationship you have with yourself. The mind stops feeling like a safe place to return to. Instead, it becomes a constant source of pressure, judgment, and attack. Not from other people this time, but from your own inner voice. Some of the deepest emotional wounds are invisible because they are happening internally every single day. A person can smile in public, function normally, handle responsibilities, and still spend hours privately tearing themselves apart inside their own mind, replaying mistakes, criticizing their appearance, judging their choices, questioning their worth, punishing themselves for not being better, smarter, calmer, stronger, more successful, or more emotionally perfect. And after enough years, this internal criticism starts feeling normal. That is the frightening part. Many people no longer recognize how cruel they have become toward themselves because the voice has been there for so long. It wakes up with them in the morning, follows them throughout the day, lies beside them at night, constantly pointing out flaws, failures, weaknesses, regrets, and fears. Over time, overthinking stops being simple mental activity. It becomes psychological self-harm, not with visible scars on the body, but with invisible damage to the nervous system, emotional stability, and sense of self-worth. Because the human mind was never meant to live under non-stop internal attack. Every harsh thought carries emotional weight. And when the brain constantly repeats messages like, "I'm not enough," "I always ruin things," "I should be further ahead," or "something is wrong with me," the nervous system absorbs those messages as emotional truth. The body responds accordingly. Stress increases, confidence weakens, sleep becomes harder, anxiety grows stronger, and eventually the person starts living in quiet emotional exhaustion without fully understanding why. Many people think self-criticism motivates improvement. They believe harshness keeps them disciplined, that attacking themselves mentally somehow prevents failure. But usually constant self-judgment does not create growth, it creates fear. Fear of mistakes, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of not being enough. The Stoics understood that discipline should never become self-destruction. Marcus Aurelius practiced self-reflection constantly, but there is a major difference between awareness and cruelty. Awareness calmly recognizes weakness, so growth becomes possible. Cruelty attacks the self endlessly without creating peace. And sadly, many overthinkers confuse the two. They believe if they criticize themselves hard enough, they will eventually become worthy of rest, worthy of love, worthy of peace. But peace cannot grow inside a mind that treats itself like an enemy. This inner violence often begins early in life. Some people were only praised when they performed perfectly. Others grew up around criticism so often that their inner voice eventually copied the same tone. Some learned to monitor themselves constantly because mistakes once brought shame, rejection, punishment, or emotional withdrawal. So the brain adapts. It becomes hypercritical in an attempt to stay safe. If I criticize myself first, maybe others cannot hurt me. If I stay mentally alert to my flaws, maybe I can avoid rejection. If I pressure myself constantly, maybe I will finally become acceptable. But the nervous system cannot thrive under endless internal pressure. Eventually, the mind becomes exhausted from carrying impossible emotional standards. This is why some people feel emotionally drained even during ordinary days. Their body is not only carrying external responsibilities, it is surviving non-stop internal judgment. Every small mistake becomes emotional evidence against themselves. Every failure becomes proof of inadequacy. Even rest feels undeserved because internally the mind keeps demanding more. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is this. Many people speak to themselves in ways they would never speak to another human being. They offer others patience, understanding, forgiveness, and compassion while privately treating themselves with relentless harshness. The Stoics believed wisdom included emotional balance toward yourself as well. Not ego, not avoidance of responsibility, but fairness. A calm mind learns from mistakes without turning every flaw into an identity. That changes everything internally, because eventually you begin understanding that growth does not require self-hatred. Healing does not require humiliation. Improvement does not require emotional violence. In fact, people often grow more effectively once fear loosens its grip on the nervous system. A mind constantly attacked cannot fully rest. A nervous system living under internal criticism cannot fully heal. And over time, self-criticism creates emotional isolation. Even around others, the person feels disconnected because internally they are carrying secret shame. Compliments become difficult to believe. Peace feels temporary. Achievements feel insufficient because the inner voice always moves the finish line further away. Nothing ever feels enough. That is the exhaustion of psychological self-harm. Not physical destruction, but the slow erosion of emotional safety within yourself. And this is why true healing often begins with something very small, but very uncomfortable, changing the way you speak internally. Not through fake positivity, not by pretending life is perfect, but by removing unnecessary cruelty from the conversation happening inside your mind every day. The Stoics practiced observing themselves honestly without collapsing into shame. They understood that being human means being imperfect. Mistakes are part of life, not proof that you are broken beyond repair. Tonight, your mind does not need another attack. It does not need another courtroom where every mistake is retried again and again. It does not need another night spent measuring your worth against impossible standards. You are already carrying enough. And maybe for the first time in a long time, your nervous system needs something different from you, not punishment, not pressure, not another war against yourself, but gentleness, because sometimes the deepest form of strength is learning how to stop hurting yourself with your own thoughts. And after years of carrying internal pressure, criticism, fear, and emotional tension, The mind eventually reaches the one place where distractions disappear: the bed, the dark room, the silence at the end of the day. And suddenly everything you managed to outrun during daylight begins catching up to you, because nighttime removes the performance. There are no conversations to maintain, no tasks to distract you, no notifications pulling your attention outward, no roles to play for other people. And when external noise finally fades, the inner world becomes impossible to ignore. That is why the mind often becomes loudest in bed. Not because nighttime creates anxiety, but because silence exposes what the day was covering up. Many people spend entire days surviving emotionally without realizing how much tension they are storing internally. Small frustrations get suppressed, worries get postponed, sadness gets buried beneath responsibilities. Emotional exhaustion gets ignored because life keeps moving, and during the day, constant stimulation helps keep those emotions below the surface. But at night, the nervous system finally slows down enough to notice what has been accumulating. This is emotional backlog, unprocessed thoughts, unreleased tension, feelings the mind never fully dealt with. And once the room becomes quiet, the brain begins opening every unfinished emotional file it ignored earlier. Suddenly, old memories appear. Regrets return. Future fears grow louder. Conversations replay. Self-criticism intensifies. Even random moments from years ago can rise unexpectedly from the subconscious, as if the mind has been waiting all day for silence to finally arrive. And for many people, this becomes a nightly cycle. They dread bedtime, not because they hate sleep, but because they fear being alone with their own mind. That fear is more common than most people realize. Some people keep television running until they fall asleep because silence feels emotionally uncomfortable. Others scroll endlessly through their phones, trying to delay the moment their thoughts fully arrive. Some fall asleep from exhaustion only after mentally battling themselves for hours. Because when emotional backlog builds for too long, silence stops feeling peaceful. It starts feeling exposing. The Stoics understood the importance of facing the inner world directly instead of constantly escaping it. Marcus Aurelius often spent time examining his own thoughts honestly because he knew that ignored emotions do not disappear. They simply wait. Modern life makes this more difficult because distraction is available every second. People can spend years avoiding themselves without realizing it. Music, screens, work, conversations, social media, endless stimulation. The nervous system stays occupied constantly. But emotional backlog continues growing underneath all that movement, and eventually, nighttime becomes the emotional meeting place for everything left unresolved. This is one reason exhausted people sometimes still cannot sleep. The body may desperately need rest, but internally the nervous system finally has space to process emotions that were delayed all day long. The brain starts reviewing life itself. Am I doing enough? Why do I still feel empty sometimes? What if things never improve? What if I fail? What if people leave? What if I wasted years of my life? And because the mind is already physically tired, emotional thoughts feel even heavier at night. The exhausted brain becomes more vulnerable to fear, hopelessness, insecurity, and catastrophic thinking. Problems appear larger in darkness than they often are in daylight. This is why many people wake up the next morning realizing their nighttime fears suddenly feel less intense. The emotional brain exaggerates danger when the nervous system is depleted. But emotional backlog is not only about fear. Sometimes the loudness at night comes from grief that was never fully felt, loneliness that stayed hidden beneath busyness, anger swallowed for years, pressure silently carried without release, or sadness that had no safe place to exist during the day. The body remembers all of it. Even when the conscious mind tries to move forward quickly, the nervous system still carries emotional residue underneath the surface. And silence has a way of bringing hidden things upward. This is why true rest is not only physical. A person can sleep 8 hours and still feel emotionally exhausted if the nervous system never truly relaxes. Deep rest only happens when the mind stops fighting itself long enough to feel safe internally. That is the deeper reason Stoic stillness matters. Not because silence magically removes pain, but because silence reveals what needs healing. And at first, this can feel uncomfortable. Many people discover they have spent years disconnected from themselves emotionally. The moment silence arrives, buried emotions finally become visible. But this visibility is not punishment, it is awareness. And awareness is where healing starts. The Stoics believed that avoiding inner discomfort only strengthens its control over you. What you refuse to face peacefully eventually controls your nervous system from the shadows. But when you slowly sit with your thoughts without panic, something begins changing. The mind softens, not immediately, not perfectly, but gradually. Because the nervous system begins realizing that silence itself is not dangerous. The room is quiet, but you are safe. The thoughts are present, but you do not have to obey every one of them. The emotions are rising, but emotions are temporary visitors, not permanent identities. And perhaps this is the truth many people spend years avoiding. The mind becomes loudest in bed, because nighttime finally removes the distractions that protected you from yourself during the day. But hidden inside that silence is also an opportunity, a chance to stop running, a chance to listen calmly instead of reacting fearfully, a chance to let emotional backlog slowly empty itself without shame. Tonight, you do not need to fear the quiet. You do not need to panic when thoughts begin rising. You do not need to solve every emotion before sleep arrives. Sometimes healing begins simply by allowing silence to exist, without trying to escape it. And once silence begins exposing the emotional weight hidden underneath daily life, another deeper fear often appears beneath the surface, the fear of losing control. Because for many overthinkers, sleeplessness is not only caused by stress. It is caused by the desperate need to mentally hold everything together at all times. Some people are not just tired, they are mentally gripping life too tightly. The mind keeps checking, planning, predicting, preparing, organizing, fixing, monitoring, and rehearsing, because somewhere deep inside, the nervous system believes that relaxing control is dangerous. It believes something bad will happen the moment vigilance disappears. That is why sleep can feel emotionally difficult for certain people. Sleep requires surrender, and surrender feels terrifying to a mind trained to survive through control. The moment the body lies down, the brain starts asking endless questions. Did I forget something? What if tomorrow goes wrong? What if I lose what I worked for? What if people disappoint me? What if life changes suddenly? What if I am not prepared? And underneath all those thoughts is often one hidden emotional truth. The mind is afraid of uncertainty. Not knowing feels unsafe. So the brain keeps trying to manage the future mentally before it arrives. It believes enough thinking can create protection. Enough planning can remove pain. Enough preparation can prevent loss. But no human being can control life completely. And the more a person fights this reality, the more exhausted the nervous system becomes. This fear of losing control often develops slowly over many years. Some people experienced chaos early in life, so they became hyper-responsible adults. Others learned that mistakes brought humiliation or emotional pain, so they started over-preparing mentally for everything. Some grew up in unstable environments where staying mentally alert felt necessary for survival. Over time, control becomes emotional armor. The problem is that armor eventually becomes heavy, because controlling everything is impossible. You cannot fully control people. You cannot fully control outcomes. You cannot fully control time, aging, change, loss, or uncertainty. Yet the anxious mind keeps trying anyway, and this creates constant internal tension. The body may appear calm externally, but internally the nervous system stays locked in vigilance. Muscles remain tight. Thoughts stay active. Sleep weakens. Emotional exhaustion grows because the brain never fully gives itself permission to rest. The Stoics understood something powerful about this struggle. They knew suffering increases when people attach themselves too tightly to controlling what was never fully theirs to control in the first place. Epictetus taught that peace begins by separating what belongs to you from what does not. Your effort belongs to you. Your character belongs to you. Your choices belong to you. But outcomes, other people, the future, external events, those things cannot be perfectly managed no matter how much the mind obsesses over them. This realization can feel frightening at first, because many people secretly believe control equals safety. If I think hard enough, maybe nothing bad will happen. If I prepare enough, maybe life cannot hurt me. If I stay mentally alert constantly, maybe I can prevent uncertainty. But obsessive mental management rarely creates peace. It usually creates chronic anxiety because the mind keeps fighting reality itself. Reality is unpredictable. Life changes. People change. Situations change. And no amount of mental tension can stop that truth. The Stoics practiced surrender differently. Not surrender through weakness, not passive hopelessness, but calm acceptance of reality. They still acted wisely, still prepared responsibly, still made decisions carefully. But after doing what they could, they released the need to dominate every outcome mentally. That is emotional freedom, because eventually the nervous system realizes something important. You can survive uncertainty without mentally destroying yourself beforehand. That changes the way the body experiences life. The chest softens, breathing slows, sleep deepens. The mind stops treating every unknown situation like an emergency, and perhaps one of the deepest forms of suffering comes from this hidden belief that you must constantly hold everything together alone. Many people carry this silently. They feel responsible for everyone's stability, everyone's emotions, everyone's future, everyone's problems, even while privately falling apart themselves. And because they fear losing control, they rarely let themselves fully rest emotionally. Relaxation starts feeling irresponsible. Slowing down feels dangerous. Stillness creates guilt, because the mind believes it should always be managing something. But the nervous system cannot heal inside constant hyper-control. Human beings were not designed to mentally supervise the entire universe every night before bed. At some point, the mind must learn to unclench. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that many things unfolding in life exist beyond personal control. Instead of fighting reality endlessly, he practiced adjusting his response to reality. That is where peace lives. Not in controlling life perfectly, but in no longer collapsing emotionally every time life behaves unpredictably. Tonight, your mind may still try to grip tomorrow tightly. It may still search for certainty. It may still want guarantees before allowing sleep to arrive. But slowly, gently, another truth can begin entering your nervous system. You do not need total control to deserve peace. You do not need perfect certainty to rest. You do not need to mentally carry the entire future while lying in the dark. For now, the world can continue turning without your mind supervising every possible outcome. And maybe real healing begins the moment you finally realize, Letting go is not losing control. Sometimes letting go is how the nervous system finally remembers what safety feels like. And even after the mind slowly loosens its grip on control, there is still another invisible burden many people carry into the night without realizing it. Unfinished emotional conversations. Not only spoken conversations with other people, but internal conversations that never fully ended emotionally. Because some interactions do not leave the body when the moment is over. They stay open inside the nervous system like mental tabs that never close. A disagreement that was never resolved. Words you wish you had said. An apology you never received. A goodbye that felt incomplete. A relationship that ended without clarity. A painful moment you acted calm through, even though it hurt deeply inside. These unfinished emotional experiences often continue living quietly in the background of the mind, long after life moves forward externally. And the exhausting part is that the brain keeps revisiting them automatically, not because you enjoy suffering, but because the nervous system is still searching for emotional completion. The mind keeps replaying certain memories, hoping it can somehow rewrite the outcome, understand the pain better, or finally create closure internally. But many conversations in life never end cleanly. Some people leave without explanation. Some misunderstand you permanently. Some wounds never receive the apology they deserved. And some emotional experiences remain unresolved because the other person was never emotionally capable of resolving them with you. That truth can feel incredibly painful for the overactive mind. Because the brain craves emotional completion, it wants certainty, resolution, understanding. It wants the story to feel emotionally finished. But life often leaves chapters partially open. And when a person struggles to accept unresolved emotions, the nervous system keeps carrying them forward internally. The body continues holding emotional tension from moments that already ended physically long ago. This creates hidden fatigue. Not obvious exhaustion from work or physical effort, but emotional exhaustion from carrying unfinished emotional weight every single day. Some people are mentally tired because part of their emotional energy is still trapped inside old conversations from years ago. The human brain is deeply affected by unresolved social and emotional experiences. Neuroscience has shown that emotionally charged memories remain active in the nervous system longer when they are tied to uncertainty, rejection, shame, abandonment, betrayal, or unresolved pain. The mind returns to these experiences repeatedly because emotionally it still feels unfinished. That is why certain memories suddenly appear late at night without warning. Not random memories, emotionally unfinished ones. The conversation where someone misunderstood you, the moment you stayed silent when you needed to speak, the relationship where you kept waiting for closure that never came, the argument that changed everything, the emotional wound you kept pretending no longer affected you. The Stoics understood something difficult but deeply freeing about human relationships. Not every situation will resolve the way you want it to. Not every person will understand your heart correctly. Not every emotional wound will receive external closure. And suffering increases when the mind refuses to accept this reality. Many overthinkers secretly believe closure must come from outside themselves. From one final conversation, one explanation, one apology, one message, one moment where everything suddenly makes emotional sense. But sometimes closure never arrives externally. Sometimes healing begins when you stop waiting for another person to finish a conversation your nervous system has been carrying alone for years. That is a painful realization, but also a liberating one, because the brain often keeps emotional tabs open, waiting for certainty that may never come. And while it waits, emotional energy continues draining slowly in the background every day. This affects sleep more than most people realize. At night, when external distractions fade away, unfinished emotional experiences rise more easily into awareness. The mind starts reopening old emotional files because internally they still feel unresolved. And the nervous system reacts as if the conversation is still happening now. The body tightens. The chest feels heavy. The mind starts replaying details. And suddenly, the person is emotionally reliving something that happened years ago. This is one reason emotional healing requires acceptance, not only analysis. Some people spend years mentally analyzing old wounds without ever emotionally releasing them. They keep searching for the perfect explanation instead of allowing themselves to grieve, accept, and slowly let go. But acceptance is difficult because letting go can feel like losing the chance for justice, understanding, or emotional repair. Yet the nervous system cannot heal while carrying endless emotional tabs forever. Eventually, the mind must learn something the Stoics practiced deeply. Not everything unfinished must remain emotionally active inside you. That changes the way you experience memory itself. You stop reopening every old wound automatically. You stop mentally negotiating with the past every night. You stop expecting clarity from people who may never provide it. And slowly, the nervous system begins conserving energy instead of endlessly revisiting unresolved pain. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to their own understanding, limitations, fears, and blindness. That perspective softens something internally, not because harmful behavior becomes acceptable, but because you stop carrying impossible expectations about how others should have behaved. And perhaps this is the hidden exhaustion many people never fully recognize. They are not only living their present life emotionally, they are also carrying dozens of unfinished emotional conversations from the past at the same time. No nervous system can feel fully rested under that weight forever. Tonight, you do not need to mentally reopen every unresolved chapter before sleep. You do not need to solve every old emotional wound tonight. You do not need to keep carrying conversations that ended years ago but never fully left your nervous system. Some things may always remain imperfectly unfinished. And strangely enough, peace sometimes begins the moment you stop demanding complete emotional closure from every painful experience life ever gave you. Because healing is not always about finishing every conversation. Sometimes healing is finally allowing yourself to leave the room emotionally, even when the conversation never truly ended. And after carrying unfinished emotional weight for so long, many people reach a point where slowing down itself begins to feel emotionally uncomfortable. Not because rest is harmful, but because the nervous system has spent years defining safety through movement, productivity, responsibility, and mental activity. For some people, rest does not feel peaceful. It feels threatening. The moment life becomes slower, something strange begins happening internally. Anxiety rises. Restlessness appears. The mind starts searching for tasks, problems, distractions, or stimulation. And without fully understanding why, the person suddenly feels guilty for doing nothing. This is the hidden fear many overthinkers carry. They are afraid of rest because they no longer know who they are without constant mental engagement. Their identity became attached to being productive, needed, prepared, responsible, emotionally available, mentally active, or constantly improving. And when all that activity stops, an uncomfortable question quietly appears underneath the silence. Who am I when I am no longer busy? That question creates an identity crisis most people never openly discuss. Because modern life rewards exhaustion, people are praised for overworking, overachieving, overthinking, and constantly staying connected. Busyness becomes proof of value. Stress becomes a badge of importance. Slowing down starts looking lazy, irresponsible, or unproductive. And after years of living inside that conditioning, many people completely lose their ability to rest without guilt. Even during vacations, the mind keeps racing. Even during weekends, the nervous system stays tense. Even during moments of peace, the brain keeps whispering that something more should be happening. This is not simply poor relaxation skills. It is a nervous system that learned movement equals survival. Some people learned very early in life that love had to be earned through performance. Others grew up carrying responsibility too young. Some became the emotional caretaker in their family. Others tied their entire self-worth to achievement because slowing down once exposed painful emotions they were not ready to face. So over time, busyness became emotional protection. As long as the mind stays occupied, deeper feelings remain buried underneath. But eventually the body begins asking for rest anyway. And that is where the internal conflict begins. One part of the person feels exhausted and desperate for peace. Another part feels deeply unsafe the moment stillness appears. This creates a nervous system trapped between burnout and fear of slowing down. That is why some people feel strangely anxious during quiet evenings, why others constantly check their phone during moments of silence. Why many people cannot simply sit still without reaching for stimulation. Stillness exposes emotions that activity helped suppress. The Stoics understood this tension deeply. They believed external achievement means very little if a person remains internally disconnected from themselves. Seneca warned that constant activity without inner reflection creates a restless life. A person can stay busy forever and still never truly feel at peace. And modern overthinkers often live exactly this way. Always moving, always planning, always mentally occupied, but rarely emotionally rested. The problem is not productivity itself. Human beings naturally enjoy purpose, growth, and meaningful effort. The problem begins when activity becomes an escape from emotional stillness. When slowing down feels emotionally dangerous because silence starts revealing exhaustion, loneliness, grief, emptiness, or unresolved insecurity underneath the surface. That is why rest can trigger anxiety in people who secretly need it most. Because the nervous system is not only slowing physically, it is also losing the distractions that kept deeper emotions hidden. And perhaps this is one of the most painful truths about overthinking. Many people are terrified of meeting themselves without distractions. They know how to perform, how to achieve, how to stay busy, how to carry responsibilities. But they no longer know how to simply exist peacefully without needing to constantly prove their worth. That creates emotional dependency on mental activity itself. The mind keeps generating goals, worries, plans, and pressure because stillness creates unfamiliar emotional space. And unfamiliar space often feels unsafe to an overstimulated nervous system. But the body cannot heal without rest. The brain cannot recover without stillness. The nervous system cannot repair itself while trapped inside non-stop internal activity. Eventually, the Stoics realized something powerful. Rest is not weakness. Stillness is not laziness. And slowing down does not erase your value as a human being. In fact, many people only discover who they truly are once external movement finally quiets down. That discovery can feel uncomfortable at first because identity begins shifting. If you are not constantly solving problems, achieving goals, fixing situations, or managing everything emotionally, then what remains? At first, the answer may feel empty, but slowly, another truth begins appearing underneath the discomfort. You were never only valuable because of your productivity. You were never only worthy because of how much you carry. You were never meant to spend your entire life in survival mode. Marcus Aurelius often practiced returning himself inward, away from the endless demands of the external world. He understood that inner stillness creates clarity impossible to access inside constant mental noise. And perhaps that is what many overthinkers are truly starving for. Not more stimulation, not more achievement, not more pressure, but permission to finally stop running internally for a while. Tonight, your value does not depend on how mentally active you remain before sleep. You do not need to earn rest through exhaustion. You do not need to justify slowing down. You do not need to constantly prove your worth through busyness. For now, the world can continue moving without your mind carrying all of it at once. And maybe healing begins the moment you realize. Rest is not the absence of purpose. Sometimes rest is how the nervous system finally remembers who you are beneath all the noise. And once a person becomes afraid of slowing down, the mind often develops another exhausting habit alongside it. Constant prediction, constant scanning, constant mental preparation for every possible outcome life could bring. Because for the overactive mind, uncertainty does not feel neutral. It feels dangerous. Some people cannot simply experience life as it unfolds. Their mind immediately jumps ahead, searching for hidden risks, possible failures, emotional threats, future disappointments, or worst-case scenarios. Before a conversation even happens, they predict how it could go wrong. Before a new opportunity begins, they imagine how it could fail. Before peace can fully settle into the body, the brain starts asking what disaster might interrupt it next. And eventually, the person stops living in the present moment emotionally. They begin living inside prediction. The strange thing about this habit is that it often disguises itself as intelligence. Overthinkers frequently believe they are simply being careful, responsible, or prepared. And to some extent, thoughtful planning is healthy. Human beings naturally try to anticipate certain outcomes in order to survive and make wise decisions. But there is a major difference between healthy awareness and psychological obsession. Healthy awareness helps you respond to life. Obsessive prediction tries to eliminate uncertainty completely. And that is impossible. No human being can mentally predict every outcome. No nervous system can remain calm while constantly rehearsing every possible danger. Yet the anxious mind keeps trying because deep down, uncertainty feels emotionally intolerable. This fear usually develops for a reason. Many people who obsessively predict the future experienced moments in life where pain arrived unexpectedly: sudden loss, emotional betrayal, financial hardship, family instability, rejection, humiliation, situations where life changed quickly and the nervous system felt unprepared. So the brain adapts. It begins believing that constant prediction might prevent future suffering. If I think ahead enough, maybe I can avoid pain. If I mentally prepare for every possibility, maybe life cannot catch me off guard again. If I expect the worst, maybe disappointment will hurt less. But something painful happens when the brain starts living this way. The nervous system never fully relaxes, because uncertainty is part of life itself. No amount of mental effort can completely remove it. And so the mind enters a loop that never truly ends. It keeps searching for certainty in a world where certainty can never fully exist. The result is emotional exhaustion. Some people spend entire nights mentally simulating futures that may never happen. A future breakup, a future illness, a future failure, a future humiliation, a future disaster. The body reacts emotionally to all of them, even while sitting safely in the present moment. Stress hormones rise, muscles tighten, sleep weakens. The nervous system enters defensive mode against imagined futures. This is why chronic overthinkers often feel tired before anything has even happened. They are emotionally surviving futures that do not yet exist. The Stoics understood something deeply important about uncertainty. They accepted that life itself is unpredictable, People change, circumstances change, outcomes shift, loss eventually touches everyone. Trying to mentally dominate uncertainty only creates more suffering because reality refuses to obey human prediction perfectly. Epictetus taught that peace begins when you stop attaching your emotional stability to things outside your control, and uncertainty is one of the biggest things outside human control. That truth feels frightening to the anxious mind, because overthinkers often believe uncertainty itself is the problem, but uncertainty is not the real enemy. The real suffering comes from the mind's refusal to tolerate uncertainty emotionally. That changes the entire perspective, because now the goal is no longer to predict everything perfectly. The goal becomes strengthening your ability to remain emotionally steady even when life feels uncertain. That is a completely different form of strength, not control over life, but resilience within life. Many people never learn this because they spend years chasing emotional safety through prediction. The mind becomes addicted to scanning for danger. It studies people's tone changes, future possibilities, financial outcomes, social reactions, health symptoms. Every uncertainty becomes something to mentally solve before rest feels allowed. But the mind never reaches the finish line because life keeps changing. And the more the brain tries to predict every outcome, the more overwhelmed it becomes by endless possibilities. This is why uncertainty terrifies the overactive mind so deeply. Uncertainty forces surrender. It reminds the nervous system that not everything can be controlled, predicted, or emotionally guaranteed beforehand. For some people, that realization feels unbearable, but the Stoics practiced sitting calmly with uncertainty instead of constantly fighting it. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that the future remains unknown for everyone, not just him. Yet life continues moving forward anyway, and perhaps that is where freedom begins, not when uncertainty disappears, but when the nervous system stops treating uncertainty like immediate danger. Because eventually a person starts realizing something powerful. You do not need to know every outcome before you deserve peace. You do not need guarantees before allowing yourself to sleep. You do not need complete certainty before allowing yourself to breathe deeply again. Life has always been uncertain, even during your calmest moments, even during your happiest memories. And yet somehow, you survived thousands of moments your anxious mind once believed it could not handle. Tonight, your brain may still try to predict tomorrow. It may still search for hidden problems and possible futures, but for now, you do not need to mentally solve every unknown before rest arrives. You can let uncertainty exist without letting it consume your nervous system. And maybe true peace begins the moment you finally understand. Certainty was never the thing your soul truly needed. What you truly needed was the ability to remain calm even when life cannot be fully predicted. And after years of trying to predict, control, analyze, and mentally prepare for every possible outcome, many people become trapped in one exhausting habit above all others: fighting their own thoughts. The mind produces fear, and they resist it. The mind creates anxiety, and they panic about panicking. The mind remembers something painful, and they desperately try to force it away. But strangely, the harder they fight their thoughts, the stronger those thoughts seem to become, because the mind does not become peaceful through constant internal warfare. It becomes peaceful when it no longer feels threatened by every thought passing through it. This is one of the deepest lessons the Stoics understood. Not every thought deserves resistance. Not every mental image deserves panic. Not every fear deserves obedience. The overactive mind often believes that unwanted thoughts are dangerous, so the nervous system reacts immediately. A fearful thought appears, and the person tries to shut it down instantly. An anxious idea surfaces, and they begin arguing with it internally. A painful memory rises, and they desperately search for distractions to escape it. But this creates a hidden cycle. The brain starts interpreting certain thoughts as emotional emergencies, and once that happens, the nervous system becomes hyper-aware of them. This is why the thoughts people fear most often become the thoughts they notice most intensely. The mind keeps checking whether the fear is still there, and ironically, that constant checking keeps feeding it attention. The Stoics practiced something radically different: observation without attachment. Instead of wrestling every thought, they learned to watch thoughts calmly, the same way someone watches clouds pass across the sky. Present for a moment, then moving on naturally. This sounds simple, but for the overactive mind, it can feel almost impossible at first. Because many people are deeply identified with their thoughts. If the mind says something frightening, they immediately believe danger is real. If the mind produces self-criticism, they accept it as truth. If anxiety appears, they treat the feeling itself like proof that something terrible must be happening. But thoughts are not always facts, and feelings are not always predictions. The mind produces endless mental activity every day. Random memories, strange fears, old emotions, imagined futures, contradictory ideas. Human consciousness is constantly moving, yet most thoughts disappear naturally when they are not fed with fear or resistance. The problem begins when the nervous system becomes emotionally entangled with them. That is when one anxious thought turns into 2 hours of overthinking. One memory becomes emotional collapse. One uncertainty becomes a sleepless night. The Stoics understood that peace comes partly from learning how to separate yourself from the constant movement of the mind. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to step back mentally and observe his reactions instead of instantly becoming consumed by them. That mental distance changes everything, because once you stop treating every thought like a command, the nervous system begins relaxing. You realize a fearful thought can exist without requiring panic. An uncomfortable emotion can rise without destroying you. A memory can appear without needing endless analysis. This is emotional non-attachment, not emotional numbness, not suppression, but calm observation. And perhaps this is one of the most important skills an overactive mind can learn: how to stop turning thoughts into battles. Because many people unknowingly exhaust themselves by constantly arguing internally with their own mind. They wake up fighting thoughts, spend the day fighting emotions, lie in bed fighting fears. The nervous system never gets rest because internally conflict never fully stops. But what if peace was never about winning against the mind? What if peace comes from no longer treating every thought as an enemy? This is where Stoic stillness becomes powerful. A thought appears. Instead of reacting immediately, you observe it. The mind predicts disaster. Instead of spiraling, you notice the prediction calmly. The brain replays embarrassment. Instead of collapsing into shame, you allow the memory to pass through without attaching your identity to it. This creates psychological space. And space is what the nervous system desperately needs, because when thoughts are constantly resisted, the body remains tense. But when thoughts are observed without panic, they often lose intensity naturally over time. Much of anxiety survives because of resistance itself. The Stoics knew this long before modern psychology explained it scientifically. What you constantly fight internally often becomes stronger emotionally. What you calmly observe often weakens naturally. This does not mean every thought feels comfortable. Some thoughts may still feel heavy. Some emotions may still hurt. Some fears may still rise at night. But healing begins when the nervous system stops interpreting those experiences as proof of danger. You are allowed to experience thoughts without becoming trapped inside them. That realization creates freedom, because eventually you stop fearing your own mind so much. You stop needing perfect mental silence every second. You stop panicking whenever anxiety briefly appears. And ironically, once the fear of thoughts decreases, the mind often becomes quieter on its own, not forced quietness. Natural quietness, the kind that appears when internal fighting finally slows down. Tonight, your mind may still produce thoughts, some peaceful, some anxious, some random, some emotional. That is part of being human. But you do not need to wrestle every thought into submission before sleep arrives. You do not need to mentally conquer your mind tonight. For now, you can simply observe. Notice the thoughts. Notice the emotions. Notice the movement of the mind itself. And let it pass without turning every mental wave into a war. Because sometimes the deepest form of inner peace is not controlling the mind completely. Sometimes it is finally realizing you are the observer behind the thoughts, not the storm passing through them. And once a person begins observing their thoughts instead of constantly fighting them, another painful pattern often becomes easier to notice. The mind's strange habit of rehearsing disasters right before sleep, as if nighttime becomes a stage where the brain performs every possible tragedy it can imagine. For many people, the body lies down in darkness, but internally the nervous system suddenly becomes more alert instead of less. The mind starts creating scenes, worst-case scenarios, unexpected losses, humiliating situations, future failures, medical fears, financial collapse, abandonment, death. Everything the person fears emotionally begins appearing one thought after another, as if the brain is trying to prepare them for suffering before morning arrives. And the strange part is that many overthinkers know these thoughts are irrational while they are happening, yet the body still reacts emotionally anyway. The chest tightens, sleep disappears, anxiety rises. The nervous system behaves as if danger is physically close, even though the room is completely safe. This happens because the human brain was originally designed for survival, not peace. Thousands of years ago, staying alert to danger kept human beings alive. The nervous system evolved to constantly scan for threats because early humans faced real physical risks daily. Wild animals, harsh environments, starvation, violence, uncertainty. A calm but unaware human being could die quickly in that world. So the brain adapted by becoming highly sensitive to potential danger. The problem is that modern life changed much faster than the nervous system did. Today, most people are not running from predators, yet the brain still carries ancient survival wiring. And because physical threats became less constant, the anxious mind often redirects survival energy toward psychological threats instead. Social rejection becomes danger, failure becomes danger, embarrassment becomes danger, financial uncertainty becomes danger, loneliness becomes danger. The nervous system reacts emotionally to these experiences as if survival itself is being threatened. That is why nighttime disaster rehearsal feels so intense. When external stimulation disappears, the survival brain finally has enough quiet space to start scanning internally for unresolved threats. It asks one exhausting question over and over: what could go wrong next? And because the brain's primary goal is protection, it naturally focuses more on negative possibilities than peaceful ones. This is called negativity bias. The mind pays greater attention to danger because historically, noticing threats increased survival chances. But in modern overthinkers, this survival system often becomes overstimulated. The brain stops scanning for realistic danger and begins endlessly manufacturing imagined disasters instead. This creates chronic emotional exhaustion. Some people spend years emotionally rehearsing tragedies that never happen. They mentally practice grief before loss arrives, failure before action begins, rejection before conversations occur, pain before life even unfolds. And the nervous system absorbs every rehearsal as emotional stress anyway. The body does not fully recognize the difference between vividly imagined fear and actual immediate danger. That is why disaster-based thinking feels physically draining. The brain activates stress responses regardless of whether the threat is real or imagined. Over time, the nervous system becomes trapped in anticipation mode, always preparing, always scanning, always waiting for the next emotional impact. And perhaps this is why so many overthinkers secretly struggle to feel safe even during peaceful moments. The survival brain keeps whispering that calmness is temporary, that something bad is probably coming, that rest should not be trusted completely. The Stoics understood this psychological tendency deeply. They practiced preparing for difficulty mentally, but not in the self-destructive way anxious minds do. Stoic preparation was grounded in reality and acceptance, not endless catastrophic obsession. There is a major difference between wisdom and fear-based rehearsal. Wisdom acknowledges that life contains uncertainty and difficulty. Fear-based rehearsal emotionally lives through disasters repeatedly before they happen. One creates resilience, the other creates nervous system burnout. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the future cannot be controlled through panic. He understood that rehearsing suffering endlessly does not protect the soul from pain. It only steals peace from the present moment. And modern overthinkers desperately need that reminder, because many people unknowingly believe anxiety keeps them safe. They think if they worry enough beforehand, future pain will hurt less. But emotionally rehearsing disasters rarely reduces suffering. Usually, it multiplies it. The person suffers now for something that may never even happen later. This is one reason anxious minds often feel exhausted at bedtime. The nervous system has spent the entire day scanning for danger, and once silence arrives, the brain finally releases every fear it kept beneath the surface during daylight hours. That flood of fear is not proof you are broken. It is a survival system that became overprotective. A nervous system trying too hard to keep you emotionally safe. And healing begins when you stop treating every fearful thought like a prophecy. The mind may predict disaster tonight. That is what anxious survival systems do. But predictions are not reality. Thoughts are not guarantees. And uncertainty does not automatically mean danger. Tonight, you do not need to mentally survive every possible tragedy before sleep. You do not need to rehearse pain to prepare for life. You do not need to carry imaginary disasters through the night in order to deserve safety. The future has not arrived yet. And for now, your nervous system is allowed to stop scanning the darkness for threats that only exist inside fear. Because sometimes the deepest healing begins when the survival mind finally learns something it was never taught before. Not every quiet moment is the beginning of danger. Sometimes, the quiet is finally safe enough for rest. And after years of scanning for danger, rehearsing disasters, and mentally preparing for emotional pain before it arrives, the nervous system often develops another exhausting habit. Hyper-awareness, a state where the mind notices everything constantly and rarely stops processing. For some people, awareness no longer feels like a gift. It feels like carrying the emotional volume of the world turned too high all the time. They notice tone changes instantly, small shifts in energy, facial expressions, pauses in conversation, the emotional atmosphere in a room. Tiny behavioral differences most people never even register consciously. Their brain keeps collecting emotional information every second, often without permission. And at first, this level of awareness can seem useful. Hyper-aware people are often emotionally intelligent, observant, thoughtful, and deeply sensitive to their environment. They notice details others miss. They can sense tension quickly. They often understand emotions before anyone speaks them aloud. But eventually, constant awareness becomes exhausting when the nervous system never turns off. Because the brain was never meant to emotionally process everything all the time. Many hyper-aware people secretly feel tired around others, even when nothing openly stressful happened. Not because they dislike people, but because their nervous system spent hours monitoring emotional signals unconsciously. They leave conversations mentally drained because internally, the brain never stopped scanning. Did they sound upset? Did I say too much? Why did their expression change? Are they disappointed? Did I make things awkward? The mind analyzes endlessly. And the painful part is that hyper-awareness often develops from emotional survival, not personality alone. Many people became hyper-aware because they once had to. Some grew up around emotionally unpredictable adults, where reading subtle mood shifts helped avoid conflict. Others experienced rejection, criticism, or instability early in life. So the nervous system learned to monitor people carefully for emotional danger. Over time, the brain becomes highly trained at emotional detection. The problem is that survival awareness rarely disappears automatically once the danger is gone. The nervous system continues scanning even in safe environments. This creates chronic emotional fatigue. The hyper-aware mind struggles to relax because internally it is always collecting information. Even silence becomes full of interpretation. A delayed response becomes emotional analysis. A quiet mood becomes possible rejection. The brain constantly searches for meaning beneath ordinary moments. And eventually, the person becomes emotionally overstimulated by life itself. The Stoics understood something important about perception. They believed suffering increases not only because of events themselves, but because of the meaning the mind attaches to those events automatically. Hyper-awareness intensifies this process. The brain notices everything and then immediately begins interpreting everything. That interpretation creates exhaustion. Because human beings are not designed to emotionally carry every subtle signal around them. This is why highly sensitive overthinkers often feel mentally overloaded after social interaction while appearing completely calm externally. Internally, their nervous system was processing far more information than most people realize. And nighttime becomes especially difficult because all that collected emotional input finally rises to the surface. The mind starts replaying interactions, analyzing expressions, questioning conversations, searching for hidden emotional meaning. The nervous system never fully rests because internally it is still reviewing emotional data long after the day has ended. This level of awareness can also create deep loneliness, because hyper-aware people often understand others emotionally while feeling misunderstood themselves. They notice everyone else's emotional state so intensely that they forget to notice their own emotional exhaustion. Some become emotional caretakers for everyone around them while privately carrying overwhelming internal tension alone, and over time, the body begins paying the price. Mental fatigue, difficulty sleeping, emotional burnout, chronic anxiety, physical tension. Even simple social situations start feeling heavier because the nervous system processes them with such intensity. The Stoics practiced something that deeply helps hyper-aware minds: selective attention. They understood that wisdom is not noticing everything equally. Wisdom is choosing what deserves emotional energy and what does not. That changes the entire relationship with awareness, because eventually a person realizes they do not need to emotionally react to every subtle shift around them. Not every silence means rejection. Not every facial expression means danger. Not every mood change belongs to you emotionally. This realization creates breathing room inside the nervous system. For many hyper-aware people, one of the hardest things to learn is this: you are allowed to stop monitoring everything. You are allowed to let people have emotions without making yourself responsible for them. You are allowed to stop interpreting every small change as a hidden threat. That does not make you careless. It makes you emotionally healthier. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return his focus inward instead of becoming consumed by external impressions. He understood that peace weakens when the mind becomes overly attached to every outside reaction. And hyper-aware people desperately need that reminder, because their nervous system often confuses awareness with responsibility. But noticing everything does not mean you must carry everything. That distinction changes emotional life completely, because slowly the mind begins unclenching. The room no longer feels emotionally dangerous all the time. Conversations stop becoming endless mental puzzles. The nervous system starts conserving energy instead of constantly scanning for emotional shifts. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of healing for the overactive mind. Not becoming less caring, not becoming emotionally numb, but finally learning that constant vigilance is not the same thing as safety. Tonight, your mind may still notice many things. That is part of your sensitivity, part of your awareness, part of the way your nervous system learned to survive. But for now, you do not need to monitor every emotional signal around you. You do not need to decode every silence. You do not need to emotionally supervise the entire world before sleep arrives. Sometimes peace begins when awareness softens its grip, and the nervous system finally realizes it is safe to stop watching everything all the time. And beneath the overthinking, the hyper-awareness, the mental rehearsing, and the endless emotional scanning, there is often one deeper wound holding everything together. A nervous system that never truly learned what emotional safety feels like, because many people are physically safe long before their body emotionally believes it. That is the hidden tragedy of chronic anxiety. The danger may be gone. The difficult season may have ended. The painful relationship may be over. The unstable environment may no longer exist. But the nervous system still behaves as if protection is constantly needed. Still alert, still guarded, still waiting for something painful to happen next. And this is why some people struggle most at night. When the world slows down and external distractions disappear, the body finally reveals how tense it has been the entire time. The mind may desperately want sleep, but the nervous system refuses to fully relax because somewhere deep inside, safety still feels uncertain. This is not weakness, it is survival conditioning. Many people who never feel emotionally safe learned early in life that peace could disappear suddenly. Love may have felt unpredictable. Emotions in the home may have changed quickly. Conflict may have arrived without warning. Some people grew up walking on emotional eggshells without even realizing it. So the nervous system adapted. It became alert, hyper-aware, prepared, careful, because staying emotionally vigilant once helped reduce pain. But the body does not easily forget survival patterns. Even years later, the nervous system can remain trapped in protective mode long after the original danger is gone. And the painful part is that many people become so used to internal tension that they stop recognizing it completely. They think constant anxiety is normal. Constant alertness is normal. Difficulty relaxing is normal. Feeling emotionally guarded is normal. But the body was never designed to remain in survival mode forever. Eventually, chronic emotional alertness begins affecting everything. Sleep weakens because the nervous system struggles to fully power down. The body remains tense, even during rest. The brain keeps scanning for emotional threats automatically. Small stresses feel overwhelming because the nervous system is already overloaded beneath the surface. And often, the person feels exhausted all the time without understanding why. This happens because emotional safety is not just psychological, it is biological. When the nervous system feels safe, the body relaxes naturally. Breathing slows, muscles soften, sleep deepens, thoughts quiet down more easily. But when emotional safety is missing, the body remains partially activated even in peaceful environments. The survival brain keeps asking, "Am I safe yet? Can I fully relax? Should I stay prepared? What if something changes suddenly?" This is why some people wake up repeatedly during the night, even when nothing external is wrong. The nervous system remains lightly alert, unable to fully surrender into deep rest. And over time, this constant activation becomes emotionally draining. The Stoics understood the importance of inner stability because external life will always contain uncertainty. But inner safety comes partly from learning that not every emotional discomfort means danger anymore. That lesson is difficult for wounded nervous systems, because when someone spends years emotionally protecting themselves, letting go of vigilance feels risky. Calmness itself can feel unfamiliar. Peace may even create anxiety because the body became more accustomed to tension than relaxation. Some people secretly trust stress more than peace because stress feels familiar. That is how deeply survival conditioning can shape the nervous system. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is this: many emotionally exhausted people are not tired from today alone. They are tired from years of internal alertness, years of monitoring emotions, years of carrying invisible tension, years of trying to protect themselves psychologically before pain arrives. The body keeps score of all of it. The jaw tension, the tight chest, the racing thoughts, the restless sleep, the inability to fully exhale emotionally. Even moments of happiness can feel fragile because the nervous system remains prepared for interruption. The Stoics practiced emotional steadiness not by denying difficulty, but by reducing unnecessary fear around uncertainty itself. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that the mind suffers most when it resists reality or lives in constant anticipation of harm. That perspective creates space inside the nervous system, because slowly a person begins realizing something life-changing. Not every uncomfortable feeling means danger. Not every uncertainty means catastrophe. Not every quiet moment is preparing you for pain. The body can learn safety again, but healing often happens slowly, very slowly. A chronically alert nervous system does not instantly relax because someone tells it to calm down. Trust must be rebuilt internally over time, through stillness, through self-compassion, through emotional honesty, through moments where the body experiences peace without punishment following afterward. And perhaps this is why nighttime becomes such an emotional battlefield for many people. Because sleep requires vulnerability. It requires letting go. It requires trusting the present moment enough to stop guarding yourself temporarily. And for a nervous system trained to survive through constant alertness, that surrender can feel deeply uncomfortable. But tonight, your body does not need to remain on guard forever. You do not need to emotionally patrol every possibility while lying in darkness. You do not need to stay mentally awake to deserve safety. For now, the room is quiet. Your breathing is here. This moment is here. And maybe the nervous system can begin learning something new tonight. That peace is not a trap. That rest is not weakness. And that your body no longer needs to survive a danger that already ended long ago. And when a nervous system spends years trapped in emotional alertness, something else slowly begins happening without the person fully noticing. Silence starts feeling uncomfortable, not peaceful, not calming, uncomfortable. The quiet room feels too empty. The still moment feels strange. The absence of stimulation creates tension instead of relief, and so the mind immediately reaches for something. A phone, a video, music, scrolling, noise, conversation, anything to avoid sitting fully inside the silence. For many people, constant stimulation is not simply entertainment, it is emotional avoidance. Because silence has a way of exposing what distraction keeps hidden. This is why some people feel restless within seconds of being alone with their thoughts. The nervous system became so dependent on stimulation that stillness itself now feels emotionally unsafe. Not because silence is dangerous, but because silence removes distractions that once protected the person from unresolved pain. The brain learns this pattern slowly over time. Every moment of discomfort gets escaped immediately through stimulation. Sadness gets drowned out with scrolling. Loneliness gets numbed with endless content. Anxiety gets buried under constant activity. Emotional exhaustion gets distracted away instead of processed. And eventually, the nervous system forgets how to simply be still. Modern life makes this even worse. Human beings now live surrounded by non-stop stimulation, notifications, music, videos, messages, information, endless content entering the brain every waking hour. Most people rarely experience true silence anymore. The nervous system stays continuously occupied, continuously activated, continuously distracted. But underneath all that movement, emotional backlog keeps growing quietly, and perhaps this is why silence feels so intense for certain people. The moment external stimulation disappears, unresolved emotions begin rising immediately. Thoughts become louder, memories appear, fear surfaces, loneliness becomes visible. Emotional fatigue finally gets noticed. The silence did not create those feelings. It revealed them. This is the hidden trauma behind constant mental stimulation. Many people are not addicted to distraction because they are shallow or weak. They are addicted because distraction became emotional survival. Somewhere along the way, stimulation started functioning like protection against feelings they never fully learned how to process safely. Some people discovered early in life that emotional stillness brought pain instead of peace. Maybe silence in the home once meant tension, conflict, unpredictability, or emotional distance. Maybe quiet moments allowed buried sadness to rise. Maybe staying mentally busy became the only reliable way to avoid feeling overwhelmed internally. So the nervous system adapted. Keep moving. Keep distracting yourself. Keep stimulating the brain. Do not stay still long enough to feel everything underneath. Over time, this becomes automatic. The person no longer realizes they are avoiding themselves emotionally because constant stimulation feels completely normal in modern culture. But the nervous system quietly remains exhausted beneath all the noise. This is why some people panic slightly when their phone battery dies. Why others leave television running constantly even when they are not truly watching it. Why many people cannot fall asleep without background noise filling the room. The silence starts feeling emotionally exposing. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is this. Many people have not truly sat alone with themselves peacefully in years, not because they do not want peace, because their nervous system became afraid of what stillness might uncover. The Stoics understood the importance of solitude and inner quiet deeply. They believed external noise easily controls a person who has never learned how to sit calmly with their own mind. Marcus Aurelius often returned inward because he knew clarity appears when distraction fades. But modern overthinkers often experience the opposite initially. When distraction fades, anxiety appears first. That does not mean silence is harmful. It means unresolved emotions are finally becoming visible. And healing begins when a person stops running from that visibility, not all at once, not harshly, but gradually. The nervous system slowly learns that silence is not punishment. That stillness does not automatically lead to emotional collapse. That thoughts can exist without needing immediate escape. This process takes patience because overstimulated minds often experience withdrawal when slowing down. The brain became accustomed to constant dopamine, constant input, constant movement. Quietness can initially feel emotionally flat, uncomfortable, or even frightening. But beneath that discomfort is something important: space. Space for the nervous system to finally breathe. Space for emotional exhaustion to become visible instead of hidden beneath stimulation. Space for healing to begin quietly, underneath all the mental noise. The Stoics practiced sitting with themselves without immediately escaping discomfort, because they understood that inner freedom requires emotional honesty. A person cannot truly know peace while constantly running from their own inner world, and perhaps this is the deeper truth about overstimulation. It is not only tiring because of the noise itself. It is tiring because the nervous system never gets the chance to fully settle. The mind stays crowded constantly, emotionally busy constantly, mentally consuming constantly. But human beings were never designed to live without stillness. The soul needs quiet the same way the body needs sleep. Tonight, you do not need to fill every empty space with stimulation. You do not need to outrun silence. You do not need to distract yourself from every feeling rising gently underneath the surface. For now, the room can stay quiet. The world can slow down, and your nervous system can begin remembering something it may have forgotten long ago. Silence is not always where pain lives. Sometimes silence is where healing finally begins. And once a person becomes uncomfortable with silence, the mind often develops another strange habit alongside it: the inability to trust peaceful moments fully. Calmness appears, and almost immediately, the brain starts searching for something wrong. A quiet evening suddenly feels suspicious. A good day feels temporary. Happiness feels fragile. The moment life finally slows down, the mind begins scanning for hidden danger, as if peace itself cannot be trusted. And without realizing it, the brain starts creating problems during moments that were originally calm. This is one of the most exhausting patterns of the overactive mind. The nervous system becomes so used to stress, tension, and emotional survival that peace begins feeling unfamiliar. And what feels unfamiliar often feels unsafe to the brain. So instead of relaxing into calmness, the mind unconsciously tries to recreate the emotional state it knows best: tension. That tension may appear as overthinking, future fears, relationship doubts, health anxiety, self-criticism, random worries. Suddenly, the brain starts manufacturing emotional noise in moments where nothing dangerous is actually happening. Not because you want suffering, because the nervous system became addicted to emotional activation. Human beings adapt to repeated emotional states over time. If someone spends years living under stress, pressure, unpredictability, or emotional instability, the nervous system begins treating tension like its normal baseline. Calmness starts feeling emotionally foreign. This is why some people feel strangely restless during peaceful periods of life. Nothing is wrong externally, yet internally they feel uneasy. The mind keeps asking, "What am I forgetting? What problem is coming next? Why does this feel too calm? What if something bad ruins this?" The brain searches for disturbance because tension became psychologically familiar. And familiarity creates emotional attachment. even when the familiar state is exhausting. Some people grew up in environments where peace never lasted long. Calm moments were often interrupted by conflict, criticism, emotional withdrawal, or instability. Over time, the nervous system learned an important but painful lesson. Do not relax completely. Something bad usually follows peace, so adulthood becomes emotionally confusing. The person wants calmness consciously, but unconsciously the body remains prepared for interruption. The nervous system keeps waiting for the emotional impact it learned to expect. And when nothing stressful appears naturally, the overactive mind often creates stress internally instead. This can happen in relationships. Everything feels stable, but the mind suddenly starts doubting the connection. This can happen financially. Life improves, but the brain becomes obsessed with future collapse. This can happen emotionally. The body begins relaxing, but suddenly old fears, worries, or imagined problems rise again. The brain recreates tension because tension feels emotionally familiar. The Stoics understood how deeply the mind attaches itself to habitual emotional patterns. Marcus Aurelius often warned himself not to become controlled by automatic reactions and unnecessary mental suffering. He knew the mind can create distress, even in peaceful conditions, if awareness is missing. And modern nervous systems do this constantly. Many people have forgotten how to simply experience peace without mentally interrupting it. The overactive brain often believes tension equals preparedness. If the mind stays worried, maybe pain will not catch you by surprise. If the brain keeps scanning for problems, maybe life will remain manageable. But chronic tension does not create safety. It creates exhaustion. Because the nervous system never fully powers down, even moments meant for rest become emotionally crowded. Vacations become anxiety. Quiet nights become overthinking sessions. Happiness becomes fear of losing happiness. The brain becomes uncomfortable with emotional ease itself. This creates a hidden addiction to struggle. Not because the person consciously wants suffering, but because struggle became emotionally familiar over many years. Some people even begin feeling guilty when life becomes easier, as if peace must always be earned through pressure, stress, or emotional sacrifice. But the body cannot heal while constantly recreating internal tension. The Stoics practiced emotional steadiness precisely because external life is already difficult enough without the mind manufacturing extra suffering unnecessarily. They understood that peace requires allowing calmness to exist without immediately sabotaging it through fear-based thinking. That lesson is deeply difficult for overstimulated nervous systems, because at first, peace feels emotionally exposed. Without tension, the brain loses the familiar emotional activity it depended on for years. The nervous system may initially interpret calmness as vulnerability instead of safety, but slowly, something important begins changing. The body learns that peaceful moments do not always end in disaster. The nervous system learns it does not need to emotionally brace itself constantly. The mind learns it can experience joy without immediately preparing for loss. That process takes time, especially for people who spent years emotionally surviving instead of truly resting. And perhaps this is why so many overthinkers struggle most during calm nights. The room becomes peaceful, but internally the brain keeps searching for disturbance because disturbance became emotionally normal. Yet healing begins the moment you stop treating peace like a temporary illusion. Tonight your mind may still try to invent problems. It may search for future tension. It may look for hidden threats inside calmness itself. But for now, you do not need to mentally create struggle in order to feel prepared for life. You are allowed to experience this quiet moment without immediately fearing its end. You are allowed to let peace remain peaceful. And maybe one of the deepest forms of healing is teaching the nervous system something it has not believed in for a very long time. That calmness is not dangerous, that rest does not need interruption, and that your mind no longer needs tension in order to feel alive. And after years of creating tension during peaceful moments, many people become trapped in one final exhausting cycle, fighting their own emotions, not only fear, not only sadness, but discomfort itself. The nervous system starts believing that painful emotions must be eliminated immediately in order for peace to exist. So the war begins internally. Anxiety appears and the mind panics about being anxious. Sadness rises and the person desperately tries to suppress it. Fear enters the body and the brain immediately searches for escape. Loneliness appears and distraction becomes urgent. The emotion itself becomes less painful than the resistance against it. This is why many overthinkers feel emotionally exhausted all the time. They are not only carrying difficult feelings, they are fighting those feelings constantly. And fighting your own inner world every day drains enormous energy from the nervous system. The Stoics understood something that changes emotional life completely once it is deeply understood. Pain becomes heavier when resistance hardens around it. This does not mean enjoying suffering, it does not mean becoming passive, and it does not mean pretending painful emotions feel pleasant. It means allowing emotions to exist temporarily without turning them into internal enemies. Most people were never taught this. They were taught to avoid discomfort quickly, to distract themselves, to suppress emotions, to stay strong by pretending difficult feelings were not there. But emotions do not disappear simply because they are ignored. They remain active underneath the surface, often becoming stronger through resistance itself. The nervous system keeps carrying what the mind refuses to feel peacefully. This is why certain emotions become so overwhelming at night. During the day, distraction helps keep them buried. But once silence arrives, the emotional pressure underneath finally rises. And for many people, the immediate reaction is fear. Why am I feeling this? How do I make this stop? What is wrong with me? The mind interprets emotional discomfort as danger. But emotions are not enemies. They are signals, temporary experiences moving through the body. Fear feels frightening because the nervous system interprets it as a threat. Sadness feels heavy because the body is processing loss or emotional pain. Anxiety feels intense because the brain is trying to protect you from uncertainty. The emotions themselves are not proof you are broken. They are proof you are human. The Stoics practiced emotional non-resistance because they understood that inner peace does not come from controlling every feeling perfectly. Peace comes partly from no longer panicking whenever uncomfortable emotions appear. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to become consumed by emotional reactions themselves. He observed them calmly instead of collapsing into them or running away from them. That changes the nervous system slowly, because once emotions are no longer treated like emergencies, the body begins relaxing its defensive response. Anxiety may still appear, but now the person does not fear anxiety itself as intensely. Sadness may rise, but now there is less shame surrounding sadness. Fear may exist, but the mind no longer interprets fear automatically as catastrophe. This softens the entire internal experience. Many overthinkers unknowingly create secondary suffering through resistance. They feel anxious about anxiety, ashamed of sadness, frustrated by fear, angry at themselves for overthinking. The original emotion becomes amplified by layers of judgment and panic surrounding it. Eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted from resisting its own humanity. But emotional non-resistance creates space. Space to breathe inside discomfort instead of immediately escaping it. Space to let feelings rise and fall naturally without turning every emotional wave into a psychological crisis. This is not emotional weakness, it is emotional maturity. Because strong people are not people who never feel pain. Strong people are often those who can experience difficult emotions without losing themselves inside them. The Stoics knew that emotional storms pass more naturally when they are not constantly fought against. A feeling observed calmly often weakens faster than a feeling resisted desperately. Modern psychology understands this now as well. The more intensely people resist certain emotions, the more emotionally stuck those feelings often become inside the nervous system. What you fear internally tends to gain power over you. What you allow gently often moves through more naturally. That is why healing sometimes begins not by fixing emotions, but by changing your relationship to them. You stop seeing every difficult feeling as proof of failure. You stop needing constant emotional perfection. You stop demanding that your mind remain peaceful every second before you allow yourself to rest. And perhaps this is one of the deepest shifts an overactive mind can experience. Realizing that peace is not the absence of uncomfortable emotion. Peace is the absence of war against emotion. Tonight, difficult feelings may still rise inside you. Old fears, sadness, restlessness, uncertainty, that is part of being alive. But for now, you do not need to force those feelings away immediately. You do not need to panic because discomfort exists temporarily. You do not need to fight yourself in order to deserve peace. Instead, you can breathe, observe, allow the emotion to move without turning it into an enemy. And slowly, the nervous system begins learning something it may never have fully understood before. Feelings are temporary visitors. You do not need to destroy them to survive them. Sometimes healing begins the moment you finally stop going to war with your own heart. And once the mind stops fighting emotions constantly, another painful truth often becomes easier to see. Some suffering continues not because the emotion itself is still active, but because the mind keeps waiting for closure from other people before allowing itself to finally rest. For many overthinkers, unresolved interactions become invisible emotional prisons. A conversation ends badly. A relationship changes suddenly. Someone leaves without explanation. An apology never comes. A misunderstanding remains unresolved. And even though life continues externally, internally the nervous system keeps returning to the unfinished interaction again and again, searching for emotional completion. Because the human mind struggles deeply with unfinished emotional stories. It wants clarity, it wants understanding, it wants emotional certainty. The brain keeps believing that one final explanation, one honest conversation, or one moment of mutual understanding will finally bring peace. But life rarely gives perfect emotional endings. And this is where many people quietly suffer for years. They keep waiting emotionally for closure that may never arrive. Some people wait for an apology from someone emotionally incapable of giving one. Some wait for understanding from people who never truly saw them clearly. Some wait for old relationships to make emotional sense long after those relationships already ended physically. And while they wait, the nervous system keeps carrying the emotional weight of the unfinished interaction. That is why certain memories haunt people most at night. The room becomes quiet, distractions fade, and suddenly the unresolved emotional tension returns again. The mind starts replaying the interaction, searching for missing answers. Why did they change? Did they ever truly care? Could I have fixed it differently? What did I do wrong? Why did they leave like that? The brain keeps reopening the wound because emotionally it still feels incomplete. This creates hidden emotional imprisonment, not because the event itself is still happening, but because the nervous system never received internal permission to let it go fully. The Stoics understood something deeply painful, but deeply freeing at the same time. You cannot force emotional resolution from another human being. You cannot control whether people explain themselves honestly. You cannot guarantee understanding. You cannot demand emotional maturity from people who lack it. And suffering grows heavier when your peace becomes dependent on someone else finally giving you the closure your nervous system wants. That realization hurts at first, because many people secretly believe closure must come from outside themselves. One final conversation, one explanation, one apology, one moment where the emotional confusion suddenly becomes understandable. But sometimes life remains unfinished. And healing begins when you stop requiring perfect emotional endings before allowing yourself to move forward internally. This does not mean pretending painful interactions did not matter. It does not mean suppressing grief or invalidating emotional wounds. It means accepting something difficult about human life. Some people will leave without clarity. Some wounds will never receive satisfying explanations. Some relationships will remain emotionally incomplete, and yet your nervous system still deserves peace. Many overthinkers unknowingly spend years emotionally attached to unresolved interactions because their mind mistakes mental replay for emotional repair. The brain keeps revisiting the memory, hoping repetition will eventually produce relief. But often, repetition only deepens the attachment. The nervous system stays emotionally connected to pain that physically ended long ago. This creates emotional exhaustion people rarely speak about openly. Some individuals are not only carrying today emotionally, they are carrying years of unfinished conversations internally at the same time. The friend who disappeared, the parent who never understood them, the relationship that collapsed suddenly, the betrayal they never fully processed, the goodbye they never got to say properly. The body remembers all of it. And because nighttime removes distractions, the mind starts reopening those emotional rooms one by one. This is why certain people feel emotionally heavier after dark. Not because they are weak, because unresolved emotional tension finally becomes audible once the world goes quiet. The Stoics practiced acceptance, not because life always felt fair, but because they understood endless resistance to reality creates additional suffering. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people behave according to their own fears, blindness, limitations, and understanding. That perspective softens something internally, because eventually you stop expecting every painful interaction to become emotionally perfect before allowing yourself peace. You stop emotionally negotiating with the past every night. You stop trying to mentally force clarity from experiences that may never fully make sense. And slowly, the nervous system begins releasing its grip. Not instantly, not completely, but gradually, because the deepest form of closure is sometimes internal acceptance, not external explanation. That is difficult for the overactive mind to understand at first. The anxious brain wants certainty, but healing often begins when certainty is no longer required for emotional freedom. Tonight, your mind may still revisit unresolved people and unfinished conversations. That is part of being human. But you do not need to solve every emotional mystery before sleep arrives. You do not need every person to finally understand you perfectly before your nervous system deserves rest. You do not need one final conversation in order to move forward internally. Some doors in life close quietly without clear answers. Some stories remain unfinished. And maybe peace begins the moment you finally realize your healing does not need permission from the people who hurt you. And after carrying unresolved conversations, hidden grief, and emotional tension for so long, many people begin noticing something confusing at night. The more they try to suppress their emotions during the day, the louder their inner world becomes once they finally lie down to sleep. Because the body remembers what the mind tries to avoid. You can distract yourself, stay busy, stay productive, stay emotionally composed in front of everyone else. But suppressed emotions do not disappear simply because they were pushed aside temporarily. The nervous system continues carrying them underneath the surface, waiting for a quiet enough moment to finally release what was never fully processed. That is why some people feel emotionally overwhelmed the moment they try to rest. The day ends, the room becomes silent, and suddenly emotions start rising from places the conscious mind thought were already under control. Sadness, fear, loneliness, anger, grief, emotional exhaustion. Feelings buried beneath responsibility and distraction begin moving upward once the nervous system finally slows down. This happens because emotional suppression is extremely demanding on the body. Many people believe suppression means emotions disappear, but suppression actually means the nervous system must continuously work to keep those emotions contained beneath awareness. That internal effort consumes energy constantly. The body stays tense, breathing becomes shallow, sleep weakens, mental restlessness increases. The nervous system never fully relaxes because internally it is still holding emotional pressure down. Over time, the body becomes emotionally overloaded, and nighttime often becomes the moment when suppression finally begins breaking apart. This is why some people cry unexpectedly late at night, even after appearing emotionally fine all day. Why others suddenly feel anxious in silence without fully understanding why. Why old memories return once distractions disappear. The emotions were never gone. The body was simply postponing them. The Stoics understood that avoiding inner truth eventually creates greater suffering. They believed emotional honesty matters because reality cannot be escaped forever through distraction or denial. Marcus Aurelius practiced observing his own emotional state directly instead of constantly running from discomfort. Modern nervous systems desperately need this lesson because many people were never taught how to process emotions safely. They were taught how to hide them. Some learned very early that expressing sadness made others uncomfortable. Some were punished for anger. Some felt forced to appear strong constantly. Others became caretakers so young that their own emotional needs got buried beneath everyone else's problems. So the nervous system adapts. Do not cry, do not feel too much, do not slow down. Keep functioning, keep moving, keep carrying everything silently, and eventually emotional suppression becomes automatic. The person no longer realizes how disconnected they became from their own emotional experience because numbness begins feeling normal. But numbness is not peace. It is often exhaustion. The body cannot suppress emotional energy forever without consequences. Eventually, the nervous system starts signaling distress through anxiety, insomnia, emotional overwhelm, physical tension, irritability, or chronic fatigue. This is why emotionally suppressed people often feel tired in ways sleep alone cannot fix. Their exhaustion is not only physical, it is emotional accumulation, years of swallowed feelings, unspoken grief, hidden fear, unreleased pressure. The body carries all of it silently, and nighttime becomes especially difficult because there are fewer distractions available to maintain suppression. The nervous system finally has enough quiet space to release what it has been carrying internally. That release can feel frightening at first. Some people panic when emotions finally rise because they spent years avoiding them. They fear crying, fear vulnerability, fear emotional intensity. the mind interprets emotional release itself as loss of control. But emotions moving through the body are not signs of failure. They are signs the nervous system is trying to heal. The Stoics did not believe in emotional numbness the way many people misunderstand today. True Stoic calmness was not emotional suppression. It was emotional steadiness, the ability to experience feelings without becoming completely controlled by them. That is very different, because suppressed emotions remain trapped internally. Acknowledged emotions eventually move. This changes the relationship between the mind and body completely. Instead of fighting emotions endlessly, the nervous system slowly learns how to allow feelings without shame. Sadness can exist without panic. Grief can exist without emotional collapse. Fear can exist without becoming permanent identity. And perhaps this is why emotional honesty becomes so important for healing. What the mind refuses to feel consciously, the body continues carrying unconsciously. The chest tightens, the jaw locks, sleep weakens. The nervous system stays alert. The body keeps remembering what the conscious mind keeps postponing emotionally. Eventually, exhaustion appears because carrying invisible emotional weight requires enormous energy. Tonight, your body may still be holding emotions that were never fully spoken aloud. Old grief, hidden anger, loneliness, fear, pressure. That does not make you weak. It makes you human. And for now, you do not need to force those feelings back underground just to appear emotionally controlled. You do not need to suppress your humanity in order to deserve rest. The body is tired of carrying what the soul was never allowed to express safely. Maybe tonight, healing begins by letting yourself feel without immediately trying to escape what rises. Because sometimes sleep returns not when emotions disappear, but when the nervous system finally stops carrying them alone in silence. And after years of suppressing emotions, replaying conversations, predicting disasters, and carrying invisible emotional weight, the mind often reaches a state of complete exhaustion. Not because life itself is impossible, but because the nervous system has spent too long trying to mentally prepare for every possible outcome before it even arrives. Some people never truly rest mentally because their brain is always preparing for the next thing, the next problem, the next disappointment, the next mistake, the next emotional wound. Even during calm moments, the mind keeps working endlessly in the background as if survival depends on staying mentally ahead of life at all times. And slowly, this creates a nervous system trapped in permanent anticipation. The person becomes emotionally unable to arrive fully in the present moment because their mind is constantly living somewhere ahead of reality, preparing, predicting, scanning, calculating. The exhausting part is that this preparation never feels finished, because uncertainty can never be fully solved. No matter how much the mind thinks, life remains unpredictable. People change unexpectedly. Situations shift. Outcomes surprise us. Plans fail. New possibilities appear. Human beings cannot fully control the future through mental effort alone. Yet the overactive mind keeps trying anyway. Because deep underneath the endless preparation is usually one painful belief. If I can prepare enough, maybe life cannot hurt me. That belief quietly shapes the nervous system for many anxious people. Some developed it after experiencing sudden emotional pain. Others learned early that being mentally prepared reduced chaos or punishment. Some became hyper-responsible because unpredictability once felt dangerous. So the brain adapts. Always think ahead. Always stay ready. Never relax completely. And over time, preparation stops being practical and becomes psychological survival. This is why some people feel anxious even when everything is going well externally. The nervous system keeps waiting for interruption. The mind keeps preparing for impact before anything has actually gone wrong. The body lives in constant readiness, but constant readiness slowly destroys peace, because the nervous system was never meant to remain activated every hour of every day. Eventually, chronic anticipation creates deep exhaustion. Sleep weakens, emotional overwhelm increases, the body stays tense. Even simple decisions begin feeling heavy because the brain automatically projects future consequences onto everything. And perhaps the saddest part is this. Many overthinkers mistake mental exhaustion for responsibility. They believe their constant worry proves they care deeply, that endless preparation makes them safer, wiser, or stronger. But there is a difference between thoughtful preparation and emotional imprisonment. Preparation has an endpoint. Obsessive anticipation never does. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed wisdom meant acting responsibly in the present, while accepting that the future ultimately remains outside complete human control. That acceptance creates freedom inside the nervous system, because eventually a person begins realizing something life-changing. You cannot mentally rehearse your way into perfect safety. No amount of overthinking guarantees protection from pain. No amount of anticipation removes uncertainty from life. And once the mind accepts this truth, something begins softening internally. The nervous system slowly loosens its grip. The body stops trying to carry tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. The Stoics called this surrender, but not in the hopeless way many people misunderstand. Stoic surrender is not giving up on life. It is giving up the impossible task of controlling every outcome mentally. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. He focused on what belonged to him, his effort, character, and response. But he stopped demanding certainty from life itself. That is emotional maturity. Because real peace does not come from controlling the future perfectly. It comes from trusting yourself enough to face uncertainty without mentally destroying yourself beforehand. Many overthinkers never learned this kind of trust. They trust vigilance. They trust preparation. They trust anxiety more than calmness because tension feels emotionally familiar. But eventually the nervous system reaches a breaking point. The body becomes tired of carrying futures that do not exist yet, tired of mentally rehearsing possibilities endlessly, tired of living inside anticipation instead of reality. And this exhaustion often appears most strongly at night. The room becomes quiet, and suddenly the brain starts reviewing every possible future again. What if tomorrow goes wrong? What if I fail? What if life changes suddenly? What if I am not ready? The mind keeps searching for complete certainty before allowing rest. But certainty never fully arrives. That is why surrender becomes necessary. Not surrender to hopelessness, surrender to reality itself. Reality says uncertainty is part of being alive. Reality says no human being can fully predict life. Reality says peace cannot depend on knowing every outcome beforehand. And strangely, once the nervous system stops demanding total certainty, the body finally begins relaxing. Not because life suddenly becomes easy, because the internal struggle against uncertainty begins ending. The Stoics understood this paradox beautifully. The more tightly you grip life mentally, the more anxious the nervous system becomes. The more you loosen your grip, the more peace becomes possible. Tonight, your mind may still try to prepare for tomorrow endlessly. That habit may still rise automatically. But for now, you do not need to mentally solve every future before sleep arrives. You do not need guarantees in order to rest. You do not need complete certainty before allowing your nervous system peace. The future can remain unknown tonight. And maybe healing begins the moment you finally realize your soul was never meant to carry every possible version of tomorrow all at once. And after spending so many years mentally preparing for every possible outcome, Many people become experts at something else without even realizing it. Performing strength, looking calm while internally overwhelmed, smiling while emotionally exhausted, functioning while quietly falling apart inside. Because some of the most tired people in the world are not the ones openly struggling. They are the ones carrying everything silently. The ones everyone calls strong. The ones who never want to burden others. The ones who stay composed no matter what is happening internally. Over time, emotional masking becomes automatic. The nervous system learns how to hide pain behind responsibility, humor, productivity, caretaking, or emotional control. The person keeps showing up for everyone else while privately carrying pressure nobody fully sees. And eventually, the body begins paying the price for that performance. Because pretending to be emotionally okay all day requires enormous energy. The nervous system stays constantly controlled, constantly monitored, constantly restrained. Emotions get pushed down repeatedly in order to maintain the image of strength. Fear gets hidden, sadness gets delayed, exhaustion gets ignored. The body keeps functioning, but internally, tension keeps accumulating. This is why many emotionally strong people collapse most intensely at night. The day ends, the performance stops, the distractions fade, and suddenly the nervous system no longer has enough energy to keep holding everything together emotionally. That is when the overthinking grows louder. That is when suppressed feelings rise. That is when loneliness becomes visible. That is when the body finally reveals how exhausted it truly is underneath the mask. Many people do not even realize they are emotionally masking because it has become part of their identity. They learned early that vulnerability felt unsafe. Some grew up in environments where emotional expression was criticized or ignored. Others became caretakers too young and learned that their role was to remain strong for everyone else. So the nervous system adapts. Do not cry too much. Do not appear weak. Do not burden others. Keep functioning. Keep helping. Keep holding yourself together. And eventually, emotional suppression becomes performance. The person starts believing their worth depends on how well they manage pain silently. But no nervous system can endlessly perform strength without consequences. The body remembers the emotional effort required to constantly appear okay. The tight chest, the forced calmness, the swallowed emotions, the controlled facial expressions, the exhaustion of pretending everything is manageable, even when internally it no longer feels manageable at all. This creates invisible stress. Stress nobody notices because the person still appears functional externally. But internally, the nervous system remains overloaded. The Stoics are often misunderstood on this subject. Many people assume Stoicism means suppressing emotion or acting emotionally unaffected. But true Stoic wisdom was never emotional numbness. It was emotional steadiness, the ability to face difficulty honestly without becoming controlled by it completely. Marcus Aurelius reflected constantly on his emotions privately. He did not pretend pain never existed. He simply refused to let emotional chaos fully dominate his inner world. That is very different from emotional masking. Emotional masking disconnects a person from themselves. Stoic steadiness keeps a person connected to themselves while remaining grounded. And many overthinkers desperately need to understand that difference, because emotional masking eventually creates emotional isolation. People praise your strength while never realizing how tired you actually are. They depend on your calmness while never seeing the pressure underneath it. And over time, you may even begin feeling guilty for needing rest because everyone else sees you as the strong one. That role becomes emotionally heavy. Some people no longer know how to ask for support because they became so identified with being emotionally dependable. Others feel ashamed whenever their own emotions finally surface because vulnerability feels unfamiliar. But the nervous system cannot heal, while constantly performing emotional invincibility. Eventually, nighttime exposes the truth. The body finally stops acting. The nervous system releases some of the pressure it carried all day, and suddenly emotions begin appearing with surprising intensity. This is why emotionally strong people often experience nighttime sadness, anxiety, emptiness, or mental exhaustion after appearing completely fine during daylight hours. The collapse happens privately, quietly, internally, and often without anyone realizing how much pain the person has been carrying alone. The Stoics practiced honesty with themselves because healing requires self-awareness, not performance. A person cannot endlessly pretend to be okay without eventually becoming disconnected from their own emotional reality. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of exhaustion in modern life. Not physical labor, but emotional acting. The constant pressure to appear calm, capable, and emotionally controlled, no matter how overwhelmed the nervous system actually feels underneath. Tonight, you do not need to perform strength anymore. You do not need to hold the mask together while lying here in silence. You do not need to prove your resilience through emotional suppression. For now, your nervous system is allowed to stop pretending, allowed to feel tired, allowed to soften, allowed to admit it has been carrying too much for too long, because true strength is not endlessly hiding your humanity. Sometimes true strength begins the moment you finally stop performing and allow yourself to rest honestly for the first time in a very long while. And once the nervous system becomes exhausted from constantly performing strength, another source of hidden mental noise often continues draining energy quietly in the background. Comparison. The endless habit of measuring your life, your progress, your appearance, your success, and even your worth against other people. Because comparison rarely stays logical, it becomes emotional. A person sees someone happier, more successful, more confident, more attractive, more disciplined, more loved, more financially stable, or more accomplished. And suddenly the mind begins creating pressure internally. Why am I not there yet? What am I doing wrong? Why does everyone else seem ahead of me? And without realizing it, the nervous system enters another form of emotional overstimulation. Because comparison does not only affect self-esteem, it affects inner peace. The overactive mind already struggles with enough noise on its own, but constant comparison adds another layer of tension to everything. Every achievement starts feeling insufficient because someone else appears to be doing better. Every moment of progress becomes interrupted by feelings of inadequacy. Even peaceful moments become emotionally contaminated. Instead of enjoying your own life fully, the mind keeps looking sideways at everyone else. And this habit has become far more intense in modern life. Human beings were never designed to compare themselves to thousands of people every single day. Yet social media now places endless examples of beauty, wealth, success, relationships, productivity, and perfection directly into the nervous system constantly. The brain absorbs all of it emotionally, and slowly comparison becomes automatic. People begin measuring their ordinary human moments against carefully edited versions of other people's lives. They compare their behind-the-scenes reality to someone else's performance. And the nervous system quietly starts believing it is falling behind. This creates hidden emotional stress, not because the person is weak or jealous in a cruel way, but because the mind begins attaching personal worth to external measurement constantly. The Stoics understood how dangerous this habit can become. They believed peace weakens the moment your inner stability becomes dependent on external comparison. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to focus on his own path, his own character, and his own actions instead of becoming consumed by how others appeared to live. That perspective protects the nervous system, because comparison overstimulates the mind in ways many people never fully notice. The brain starts scanning constantly. Who is doing better? Who looks happier? Who is more successful? Who has what I lack? And once this pattern becomes habitual, the nervous system rarely relaxes completely. There is always another standard to chase, another person to compare yourself against, another reason to feel behind. This is one reason envy feels so emotionally exhausting. Not because envy always looks dramatic externally, but because it quietly creates internal agitation. The mind loses the ability to rest inside its own life peacefully because attention keeps drifting outward toward everyone else's reality. And perhaps the saddest part is this: comparison often destroys gratitude silently. A person may already have meaningful relationships, progress, healing, talent, opportunities, or growth, but the nervous system struggles to fully feel those things because the mind remains fixated on what someone else appears to possess instead. This creates constant psychological dissatisfaction. The overactive mind starts treating life like a race that can never truly be won. And eventually, exhaustion appears. Because human beings were never meant to emotionally compete with the entire world every day, many people who constantly compare themselves also carry deep fear underneath the surface. Fear of not being enough, fear of wasting their potential, fear of being left behind emotionally or financially, fear that their life somehow matters less if it does not look impressive enough externally. So the nervous system keeps striving endlessly, but peace cannot survive inside constant self-measurement. The Stoics believed true fulfillment comes from alignment with your own values and character, not endless comparison with others. A calm mind asks different questions. Am I growing honestly? Am I living according to my values? Am I becoming more grounded, more aware, more compassionate, more disciplined? That kind of reflection creates internal stability instead of endless external competition. Because comparison usually keeps the nervous system externally focused all the time. The person stops hearing themselves clearly, stops noticing their own progress, stops appreciating small moments, stops feeling emotionally present in their own life. And instead, the mind becomes crowded with other people's timelines, achievements, appearances, and perceived success. This is especially painful at night. The room becomes quiet, and suddenly the mind starts replaying everything you think you should be by now. The nervous system compares your life against impossible standards. Sleep weakens because internally the brain keeps treating your current reality as insufficient. But comparison is often built on illusion. You rarely see the full emotional reality behind another person's life. You see fragments, appearances, performances, highlights. The nervous system fills the missing spaces with fantasy and then punishes itself emotionally against that fantasy. The Stoics practiced returning attention inward because they understood peace disappears when identity becomes dependent on external measurement. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of healing for the overstimulated mind. Learning how to exist inside your own life again without constantly measuring its value against everyone else's. Tonight, you do not need to compete with anyone. You do not need to prove your worth through comparison. You do not need to mentally race against other people's timelines before sleep arrives. Your path is your own. Your healing is your own. Your nervous system deserves peace, even if your life does not look perfect externally. And maybe calmness finally begins when the mind stops asking, "Am I ahead of everyone else?" and starts asking, "Am I finally learning how to be at peace with myself?" And after carrying comparison, emotional pressure, hidden fear, and endless mental stimulation throughout the day, something important begins happening inside the nervous system once night finally arrives. The brain becomes more emotionally vulnerable. Thoughts grow darker, worries feel heavier, problems suddenly seem more permanent and overwhelming than they did earlier. And many people quietly wonder the same thing in the dark. Why does my mind become so negative at night? The answer is not because you are broken. It is because exhausted minds process reality differently. Human beings are not emotionally neutral when the nervous system becomes depleted. By nighttime, the brain has often spent an entire day making decisions, suppressing emotions, carrying stress, monitoring social situations, managing responsibilities, and staying mentally active. Emotional energy becomes lower. Mental resilience weakens. The nervous system becomes more sensitive to fear and emotional pain. That is why nighttime thoughts often feel so convincing. The exhausted brain loses some of its ability to regulate emotional intensity calmly. Small worries become catastrophic. Temporary sadness feels permanent. Uncertainty feels dangerous. The mind starts interpreting life through the lens of depletion instead of balance. This is a biological reality many overthinkers never fully understand. The brain changes emotionally when tired. Neuroscience shows that sleep deprivation and nervous system exhaustion increase emotional reactivity while weakening the brain's ability to process stress rationally. In simple terms, tired minds become more vulnerable to negativity. This is why problems that feel manageable during daylight can suddenly feel emotionally crushing at 2 a.m. The body is exhausted, the nervous system is overstimulated, and emotional balance becomes harder to maintain. But the overactive mind usually does not recognize this biological shift while it is happening. Instead, it assumes the nighttime thoughts must be deeply important because they feel emotionally intense. So the brain starts believing them. Maybe my future really is hopeless. Maybe I truly am failing. Maybe everyone secretly dislikes me. Maybe things will never improve. The exhausted nervous system mistakes emotional intensity for truth. And this creates one of the cruelest cycles of nighttime overthinking. The more tired the brain becomes, the darker the thoughts grow. The darker the thoughts grow, the harder it becomes to sleep. The harder it becomes to sleep, the more emotionally vulnerable the nervous system becomes. Many people become trapped inside this cycle for years without understanding that biology itself is affecting their emotional perception. The Stoics understood the importance of perspective during emotional turbulence. They warned against blindly trusting every intense emotional reaction because the mind becomes distorted during moments of fear, exhaustion, anger, or anxiety. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to accept every thought automatically as reality. That lesson becomes especially important at night, because nighttime thoughts are often emotionally amplified by nervous system fatigue itself. This does not mean your struggles are imaginary. It means exhausted minds lose perspective more easily. And perhaps this explains why certain fears feel unbearable after dark, but less threatening in the morning. The nervous system recovers slightly through rest, and suddenly the same thoughts no longer feel as emotionally overwhelming. The danger was not always reality itself. The danger was the exhausted state through which the brain was interpreting reality. This is why emotionally exhausted people often need compassion more than self-criticism at night. But many overthinkers do the opposite. They attack themselves harder during their most vulnerable moments. Why can't I stop thinking? What is wrong with me? Why am I so weak? And this internal criticism only increases emotional overwhelm further because the nervous system is already depleted. The body needs softness during exhaustion, not more warfare. Many people also underestimate how physically connected emotional darkness can become. Low sleep, overstimulation, chronic stress, emotional suppression, loneliness, and mental exhaustion all affect the nervous system's ability to regulate mood. The brain becomes more sensitive to threat and less capable of accessing calm perspective naturally. That is why nighttime often becomes the emotional meeting place for everything unresolved. Fear, sadness, regret, loneliness, self-doubt. The exhausted mind struggles to keep those emotions in balance once energy runs low. The Stoics practiced grounding themselves in reality during emotional storms instead of becoming fully consumed by mental narratives. They understood that thoughts are heavily influenced by internal state, and nighttime is one of the most vulnerable states the human nervous system experiences. That awareness changes how you relate to your thoughts after dark. Instead of immediately believing every fear, you begin noticing, "My nervous system is exhausted right now. My brain is emotionally overwhelmed. These thoughts feel intense, partly because I am depleted." That creates psychological distance. And distance protects peace, because eventually you stop treating every nighttime fear like permanent truth. You stop assuming emotional darkness at midnight defines your entire life. You stop collapsing under thoughts created inside exhaustion itself. Tonight, your mind may still produce negative thoughts. That is part of being human when the nervous system is tired. But for now, you do not need to believe every fear your exhausted brain presents to you. You do not need to solve your entire life while emotionally depleted in the dark. Morning perspective will come again. Your nervous system will soften again. This emotional intensity is not permanent, and maybe one of the deepest forms of wisdom is learning this simple truth. A tired mind is not always a truthful mind. Sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do for yourself at night is stop treating every fearful thought like reality and finally allow the exhausted brain to rest. And once a person begins understanding that exhausted minds naturally become more vulnerable to fear at night, another important realization slowly appears. Not every catastrophic thought needs to be followed all the way to the end. Because one of the biggest reasons overthinking becomes so overwhelming is that the mind keeps feeding fearful thoughts with attention, emotion, and imagination until they grow into full internal disasters. A small worry appears. Then the brain expands it. What if this goes wrong? Then another thought follows. And if that happens, everything could fall apart. Soon, the nervous system is emotionally reacting to a future catastrophe that does not even exist in reality yet. This is catastrophic thinking, the mind automatically jumping from uncertainty to disaster. And for many overthinkers, this happens so quickly that they barely notice the process itself anymore. The brain became trained to move toward worst-case scenarios automatically because it believes preparing for danger creates safety. But most catastrophic thinking does not protect the nervous system. It overwhelms it, because the body responds emotionally to imagined catastrophe as if survival is genuinely threatened. Stress hormones rise, muscles tighten, sleep disappears. The nervous system enters defensive mode against mental stories that may never happen. And once this cycle begins, many people try to stop it by fighting their thoughts aggressively. Stop thinking like this. Calm down. Why are you doing this again? But force rarely creates peace inside the mind. Usually it creates more resistance and more internal conflict. The Stoics practiced something very different. Interruption without panic. Observation without emotional attachment. They understood that thoughts become stronger when fear and resistance keep feeding them energy. So instead of wrestling catastrophic thoughts violently, They learned how to pause the mental spiral calmly before it consumed the nervous system completely. That pause changes everything, because catastrophic thinking survives through momentum. One fearful thought leads to another, then another, then another. The mind starts building emotional stories rapidly until the body reacts as though disaster is already unfolding. The Stoic method interrupts that momentum gently, not through denial, not through fake positivity, but through grounding the mind back into reality itself. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced asking himself simple questions that returned his awareness to the present moment instead of imagined catastrophe. What is actually happening right now? That question sounds simple, but it weakens catastrophic thinking immediately, because catastrophic thinking usually lives in imagined futures, not present reality. The nervous system starts rehearsing events that have not happened yet as though they are already guaranteed. But when attention returns to the present moment, the body often realizes something important. The disaster is not happening right now. The fear exists mentally, not physically. That creates space inside the nervous system, and space weakens panic. The Stoics also practiced reducing situations down to their actual reality instead of the emotional story attached to them. Overthinkers often add layers of interpretation, fear, prediction, and identity onto simple uncertainty. A delayed message becomes rejection. One mistake becomes total failure. One problem becomes proof life is collapsing. But catastrophic thinking exaggerates emotional meaning automatically. The Stoic mind steps back calmly and asks, what are the actual facts? Not the imagined future. Not the emotional projection. The facts. This helps the nervous system separate possibility from certainty, because anxious minds often confuse the two. A possibility feels emotionally identical to inevitability, and that is why catastrophic thinking becomes so convincing at night. The exhausted nervous system loses perspective and starts treating imagined outcomes as guaranteed reality. But interruption creates clarity. Another Stoic practice involved accepting uncertainty instead of endlessly trying to eliminate it. Catastrophic thinking often grows because the mind desperately wants certainty before allowing itself to relax. But certainty rarely exists fully in life, so the Stoics learned to tolerate uncertainty without emotionally collapsing into fear. That tolerance calms the nervous system gradually, because the brain no longer feels forced to mentally solve every possible disaster before sleep becomes allowed. And perhaps this is one of the deepest truths about catastrophic thinking. The goal is not to force the mind into perfect silence. The goal is learning how not to follow every fearful thought into emotional chaos automatically. That is freedom. A catastrophic thought appears. But now the nervous system pauses instead of spiraling instantly. The brain predicts disaster. But now awareness notices the pattern before panic fully takes over. The body feels fear. But now the mind no longer interprets fear itself as proof that catastrophe is real. This weakens the entire cycle slowly over time, not instantly, but steadily. Because every time you interrupt catastrophic thinking calmly instead of feeding it emotionally, the nervous system learns something new. Thoughts are not commands. Fear is not prophecy. Uncertainty is not proof of disaster, and peace becomes possible again. Tonight your mind may still produce fearful stories. That is what anxious brains often do when tired. But for now, you do not need to follow every catastrophic thought all the way into darkness. You do not need to mentally rehearse collapse before allowing yourself rest. You can pause, breathe, return to what is real right now. The room, your breathing, this moment. And maybe healing begins the moment the nervous system finally understands. You do not have to believe every terrifying story the mind creates in order to survive life safely. And once catastrophic thinking begins losing its grip on the mind, another, quieter source of suffering often reveals itself underneath the surface: the exhausting burden of caring too deeply about what other people think. Because many overthinkers are not only afraid of failure itself, they are afraid of judgment, afraid of rejection, afraid of disappointing people, afraid of being misunderstood, criticized, ignored, or seen negatively by others. And slowly, without realizing it, the nervous system starts organizing life around social approval instead of inner peace. This creates constant mental chaos. Every interaction becomes emotionally loaded. A short reply feels personal. A strange look becomes overanalysis. Silence becomes insecurity. The mind keeps searching for signs of acceptance or rejection everywhere, and eventually the person becomes emotionally trapped inside other people's perceptions. This is one reason social fear feels so exhausting. The nervous system never fully rests because it is constantly monitoring how it is being received by the world. Did I sound stupid? Do they secretly dislike me? Was that awkward? Am I enough? Should I have acted differently? The mind replays conversations endlessly, searching for reassurance, and often this fear begins long before adulthood. Some people grew up in environments where love felt conditional. Approval depended on performance, obedience, success, appearance, or emotional control. Others experienced criticism, humiliation, bullying, rejection, or emotional unpredictability that made social acceptance feel deeply important for emotional survival. So the nervous system adapts. Stay likable, stay careful, do not upset people, do not embarrass yourself. Monitor reactions constantly. And over time, the brain becomes hyper-focused on social evaluation. The problem is that human approval is unstable. People's opinions change. Some misunderstand you unfairly. Some project their own pain onto you. Some judge you through their own insecurities and limitations. Yet the overactive mind keeps chasing certainty through social acceptance anyway. This creates enormous internal pressure. Because once your emotional stability depends heavily on how others perceive you, peace becomes fragile. One negative interaction can destroy your entire mood. One criticism can replay inside your head for days. One moment of rejection can make the nervous system spiral emotionally. And perhaps the most painful part is this: people who care deeply about others often suffer from this the most. Sensitive, thoughtful, empathetic people frequently become emotionally trapped inside social fear because they deeply want connection and understanding. They feel other people's reactions intensely. They notice subtle emotional shifts. They crave harmony. But without boundaries, this sensitivity becomes self-destruction. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed peace becomes impossible once your identity depends entirely on external opinion. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that other people's judgments belong to them, not to him. That perspective creates emotional freedom, because eventually a person realizes something life-changing. You cannot control how everyone sees you. No amount of overthinking guarantees approval. No amount of emotional monitoring guarantees acceptance. And trying to manage everyone's perception of you is one of the fastest ways to exhaust the nervous system completely. Many overthinkers spend years mentally editing themselves constantly. How they speak, how they look, how they behave, how they express emotion. The mind becomes a non-stop social performance review. And this creates deep internal disconnection because the person slowly loses touch with who they actually are underneath all the monitoring. The nervous system becomes addicted to external validation. Compliments create temporary relief. Approval creates temporary calmness. But because peace depends on outside reactions, anxiety quickly returns again. This is why social fear creates such intense nighttime overthinking. The room becomes quiet, and suddenly every interaction from the day reappears internally. The brain reviews conversations, searching for mistakes, signs of rejection, or evidence of inadequacy. The nervous system keeps trying to secure emotional safety through mental replay. But no amount of replay creates lasting peace. The Stoics practice something radically different. Internal validation, not arrogance, not selfishness, but emotional grounding inside personal values rather than endless social approval. They focused on character more than image, integrity more than perception, reality more than performance. That changes the nervous system profoundly, because once you stop needing universal approval to feel worthy, the mind becomes quieter. Not everyone will understand you. Not everyone will like you. Not everyone will see your heart correctly. And strangely, accepting this truth softens anxiety more than endlessly fighting it. Because now the nervous system no longer treats every social interaction like a survival test. This does not mean becoming emotionally cold. It means no longer sacrificing your inner peace, trying to control how every human being perceives you. That burden is too heavy for any nervous system to carry forever. Tonight, your mind may still replay interactions. It may still search for reassurance. It may still worry about opinions and perceptions. That is part of being human in a deeply social world. But for now, you do not need everyone's approval before allowing yourself rest. You do not need to mentally defend yourself against every possible judgment tonight. You do not need to earn your worth through perfect social performance. The people who misunderstand you may continue misunderstanding you, and yet your nervous system still deserves peace, because maybe one of the deepest forms of freedom is finally realizing your value does not disappear simply because someone else failed to fully see it. And after spending so much time worrying about opinions, expectations, responsibilities, and how the world sees you, another hidden pattern quietly takes over the nervous system. Constant hurry, the feeling that life is always moving too fast and that you are somehow already behind. Many people no longer know how to move slowly without feeling guilty. Everything becomes rushed, eating quickly, thinking quickly, responding quickly, working quickly, scrolling quickly. Even rest becomes rushed because the mind keeps thinking about the next task before the current moment has even ended. And over time, the nervous system begins treating urgency like its normal emotional state. This is one of the biggest reasons modern minds struggle to feel calm. The brain becomes addicted to speed, not because human beings naturally thrive in constant pressure, but because rushing trains the nervous system to stay emotionally activated all the time. When a person lives in constant hurry, the body rarely fully exits stress mode. The mind keeps signaling that something important is always about to happen. Something must always be fixed. Something needs attention immediately. The nervous system stays prepared, alert, tense, and eventually anxiety becomes biologically familiar. Many people think anxiety only comes from major trauma or catastrophic events. But chronic rushing slowly conditions the body into survival mode as well. The nervous system starts interpreting ordinary life through urgency. Hurry, move faster, do more, do not fall behind, do not waste time. And after enough years, the person no longer notices how deeply stressed their body actually feels. The Stoics understood the danger of frantic living. Seneca warned repeatedly about people rushing through life without ever truly inhabiting it. He believed constant busyness disconnects human beings from inner clarity because the mind becomes trapped in endless movement. Modern life amplifies this problem dramatically. Phones vibrate constantly, schedules stay overloaded, information never stops. People are expected to answer immediately, react immediately, perform immediately. The nervous system rarely experiences true slowness anymore, and the body pays the price. Sleep weakens, patience decreases, attention becomes fragmented, thoughts race faster. Even peaceful moments become difficult to enjoy because internally the nervous system still feels rushed. This is why many overthinkers struggle to relax at night. The body may finally stop moving physically, but internally the nervous system is still running. Thoughts continue racing because the brain spent the entire day training itself to stay accelerated. Rushing conditions the mind to expect constant pressure. And perhaps one of the saddest consequences of this is how people slowly lose connection with the present moment itself. They stop fully tasting meals, fully hearing conversations, fully experiencing sunsets, silence, breathing, stillness, rest. The nervous system becomes future-focused constantly. What is next? What else needs to happen? What am I forgetting? What should I already be doing? This endless urgency quietly destroys peace, because peace requires presence, and presence cannot survive inside constant mental acceleration. Many people also tie their self-worth to productivity without realizing it. Slowing down begins feeling emotionally dangerous because stillness creates guilt. Rest feels undeserved. The nervous system becomes terrified of falling behind, even when no actual emergency exists. So the body keeps hurrying through life endlessly. But the human nervous system was never designed for non-stop acceleration. Even machines overheat when they run continuously without pause. Human beings are far more fragile emotionally than they often admit. The Stoics practiced deliberate slowness internally, not laziness, not avoidance of responsibility, but calmness inside action. Marcus Aurelius focused on doing what was necessary without emotionally drowning in urgency. That distinction matters deeply. A person can act responsibly without mentally living in panic, but modern overthinkers often confuse speed with importance. They believe rushing means they are productive, valuable, or in control. Yet internally, the nervous system slowly becomes exhausted from living as though every moment carries emergency-level pressure, and eventually, anxiety becomes automatic. The brain learns urgency so deeply that even calm moments feel uncomfortable. The body expects pressure because pressure became familiar. Silence feels strange, slowness feels unsafe, peace feels unproductive. This is how rushing rewires the nervous system for anxiety. Not through one dramatic moment, but through thousands of small moments of non-stop acceleration repeated every day. And healing often begins with something surprisingly simple: slowing down on purpose, breathing slower, walking slower, speaking slower, allowing pauses, letting moments exist without immediately rushing toward the next thing. At first, this may feel deeply uncomfortable for overstimulated nervous systems. The body may interpret slowness as vulnerability because it became so conditioned to urgency. But gradually, something changes. The nervous system begins learning that calmness does not mean danger, that slowing down does not mean failure, that life does not need to be emotionally sprinted through every second. Tonight, your mind may still feel rushed. Thoughts may still move quickly. The nervous system may still feel like it needs to prepare for tomorrow immediately. But for now, you do not need to race through this moment. You do not need to hurry yourself into exhaustion before allowing yourself rest. Nothing important is being lost by slowing down tonight. Your breathing can soften, your thoughts can slow, your nervous system can stop running for a little while. And maybe peace begins the moment you finally realize you were never meant to spend your entire life emotionally sprinting toward tomorrow. And after years of living in emotional hurry, constant stimulation, social pressure, and internal tension, the mind often develops one final, exhausting habit before sleep. Searching for problems automatically, the body lies down, the room becomes dark, and suddenly the brain starts scanning life for what could be wrong. What did I forget? What if something bad happens tomorrow? What if there is a problem I am missing? What if I should be worrying about something right now? And even when life is relatively calm, the mind keeps searching anyway. Because for the overactive nervous system, peace can feel unfamiliar, but problems feel familiar. This pattern frustrates many people deeply. They wonder why the brain cannot simply rest when the day finally ends, why overthinking appears strongest exactly when they want peace most. But the answer goes far deeper than simple stress. The human brain evolved for survival long before it evolved for comfort. Ancient human beings survived by anticipating danger constantly. The nervous system learned to scan for threats because missing danger could mean death. A rustling sound in the dark might be a predator. A sudden environmental change could threaten survival. The brain adapted by becoming highly alert to possible problems. That survival system still exists inside modern human beings today. The difference is that most modern threats are emotional and psychological rather than physical. So the brain redirects the same survival scanning toward modern fears: financial uncertainty, relationship tension, social rejection, health worries, failure, embarrassment, loneliness. The nervous system treats these emotional threats seriously because the survival brain still interprets uncertainty as potential danger, and nighttime intensifies this process. During the day, distractions partially occupy the mind: work, conversations, responsibilities, movement, stimulation. But once the world becomes quiet, the survival brain finally has room to begin scanning internally for unresolved danger. That is why so many people experience sudden overthinking once they lie down to sleep. The brain believes it is helping. It thinks searching for problems increases safety. If I can find the danger early, maybe I can prevent suffering. If I think hard enough, maybe I can stay prepared. If I keep scanning, maybe nothing will catch me off guard. But modern overthinking often becomes disconnected from actual survival needs. The nervous system starts treating ordinary uncertainty like immediate threat. And once this happens, the brain can no longer easily distinguish between realistic caution and compulsive mental scanning. The mind searches for problems even when none exist. This creates chronic internal tension. Some people become so used to searching for what is wrong that they struggle to relax even during peaceful moments. Calmness feels temporary. The brain expects interruption. So before sleep arrives, the nervous system automatically begins checking for emotional danger again. The Stoics understood this tendency deeply. They knew the mind naturally drifts toward fear and imagined suffering when left unobserved. Marcus Aurelius practiced returning himself repeatedly to reality instead of automatically following every fearful thought produced by the survival brain. That practice matters enormously for overthinkers. Because survival thinking can easily become self-destruction when awareness disappears, the brain keeps generating possible threats endlessly. What if I fail? What if they leave? What if something terrible happens? What if I am not prepared? The nervous system responds emotionally to all of them, even while lying safely in bed. This is why chronic overthinkers often wake up exhausted. The body spent the night emotionally scanning for danger instead of resting deeply. And perhaps the hardest part is this. Many people become addicted to problem searching without realizing it. The nervous system starts believing constant vigilance equals responsibility. If the brain stops scanning, something important might be missed, so relaxation begins feeling unsafe. But no nervous system can heal while constantly searching for threats. Eventually the body becomes overwhelmed from living in non-stop anticipation. Sleep weakens, anxiety increases, thoughts race faster. The mind loses its ability to feel settled because internally it never fully exits survival mode. The Stoics practiced grounding themselves in what was actually happening rather than imagined threats created by the anxious mind. They understood that most suffering comes not from the present moment itself, but from mental projections layered onto it. And perhaps this is the deeper truth about nighttime overthinking. The mind is not always trying to torture you. Sometimes it is an ancient survival system trying too hard to protect you. A nervous system scanning for danger because somewhere deep inside, it still believes vigilance equals safety. That realization creates compassion. Because now the overthinking is no longer evidence that you are broken. It is evidence that your nervous system learned survival deeply. But survival mode is not meant to become a permanent way of living. At some point, the body must learn safety again. Tonight, your mind may still search for problems automatically. That habit may rise out of instinct. But for now, you do not need to follow every fear the survival brain presents to you. You do not need to scan your entire future before sleep becomes allowed. The room is quiet. Your body is here. This moment is real. And maybe the nervous system can finally begin understanding something new tonight. Not every silence hides danger. Not every uncertainty requires mental searching. Sometimes the greatest act of healing is allowing the brain to stop guarding against disasters long enough to finally rest. And underneath the overthinking, the rushing, the emotional scanning, and the endless mental preparation, there is often one deeper wound quietly driving the nervous system every single day. The feeling of never being enough, not successful enough, not attractive enough, not productive enough, not healed enough, not loved enough, not disciplined enough. No matter how much progress happens externally, the mind keeps moving the finish line further away. The person achieves something, survives something, improves something, and yet internally, peace still feels distant, because chronic inadequacy creates constant mental overstimulation. The nervous system never fully rests when it believes worth must always be earned. This is one of the most painful emotional conditions a human being can live inside. The mind becomes a non-stop evaluation machine. Am I doing enough? Why am I still behind? Why can't I be better already? What is wrong with me? And slowly, the nervous system starts living under invisible psychological pressure all the time. Many people do not even realize how deeply this shapes their emotional life because the feeling has existed for so long. It becomes part of identity itself. The person wakes up already feeling incomplete before the day even begins, so they push harder, work harder, improve harder, think harder, carry more, achieve more. Not because ambition itself is unhealthy, but because somewhere underneath all the striving is the desperate hope that one day they will finally feel worthy enough to relax. But that feeling rarely arrives through achievement alone. Because the nervous system, trapped in chronic inadequacy, does not know how to receive peace easily. Every accomplishment becomes temporary relief instead of lasting emotional security. The Stoics understood how dangerous external validation becomes when identity depends entirely on it. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that inner worth comes from character, awareness, and alignment with values, not endless external measurement. That lesson becomes life-changing for overthinkers. Because many anxious minds secretly believe peace must be earned through perfection, and perfection never arrives. So the nervous system stays trapped inside endless self-improvement pressure. This pressure becomes exhausting biologically. The body remains mentally stimulated constantly because the mind never stops evaluating itself. Even rest becomes difficult because the person feels guilty for slowing down while still feeling behind internally. That is why some people cannot fully enjoy achievements. The inner voice immediately says, "It's still not enough. You should be further ahead. Other people are doing better." And comparison quietly strengthens the wound further. Modern life constantly exposes people to impossible standards. Perfect bodies, perfect careers, perfect relationships, perfect lifestyles. The nervous system absorbs these images continuously and starts measuring itself against unrealistic emotional expectations. This creates chronic self-pressure. And perhaps the saddest part is this. Many people who feel inadequate are deeply kind, hard-working, thoughtful human beings who simply learn to tie their worth to performance very early in life. Some only received praise when achieving. Some were constantly criticized. Some became emotionally responsible for others too young. Some learned that mistakes threatened love, safety, or belonging. So the nervous system adapted. Be better. Do more. Never relax completely. Always improve. Always prove yourself. And over time, this becomes internalized as identity. The person no longer knows how to exist without pressure. Even peaceful moments become interrupted by thoughts of self-improvement because the nervous system fears stillness without achievement. This creates profound mental overstimulation. The brain never powers down fully because internally it is always chasing emotional worthiness. The Stoics practiced something radically different: self-respect without self-obsession, growth without self-hatred, discipline without emotional cruelty. They believed human beings should strive to improve themselves while still accepting their humanity and imperfection calmly. That balance matters deeply, because growth motivated by fear creates exhaustion. Growth rooted in self-respect creates steadiness. And many overthinkers have spent years confusing self-punishment with motivation. They think harshness creates success, but chronic inadequacy slowly damages the nervous system. Sleep weakens, anxiety rises, joy becomes harder to access. Nothing feels fully satisfying because the mind keeps chasing a version of enough that constantly moves further away emotionally. This is why nighttime can feel especially painful for people carrying inadequacy wounds. The distractions disappear, and suddenly the mind begins measuring your entire life again. Every perceived failure rises to the surface. Every insecurity becomes louder. The nervous system keeps asking whether you are worthy enough, successful enough, lovable enough. But perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing begins with this realization. Your nervous system was never meant to survive inside endless self-rejection. You were never meant to spend your entire life trying to earn the right to exist peacefully. Tonight, your worth does not depend on how productive you were today. It does not depend on how perfect your life looks externally. It does not depend on whether you have fully figured everything out yet. You do not need to become flawless before your nervous system deserves rest. You do not need to achieve enough before your mind is allowed peace. For now, you are allowed to stop measuring yourself constantly, allowed to breathe without proving anything, allowed to exist without mentally earning your humanity every second. And maybe real healing begins the moment you finally understand. You were never supposed to hate yourself into becoming whole. And after spending so many years feeling inadequate, overstimulated, emotionally exhausted, and mentally trapped inside endless self-evaluation, many people begin wanting one thing more than anything else: peace that cannot be easily shaken by the world around them. Not because they want to stop feeling completely, but because they are tired of being emotionally wounded by everything. One harsh comment ruins the day. One rejection destroys confidence. One disappointment creates sleepless nights. The nervous system becomes so emotionally sensitive that life itself starts feeling overwhelming. And eventually, many people begin asking the same quiet question inside themselves: how do I become emotionally stronger without becoming emotionally numb? That is one of the deepest secrets hidden inside Stoic wisdom. True emotional strength is not coldness, it is steadiness. Many people misunderstand emotional detachment completely. They think becoming emotionally untouchable means shutting down feelings, avoiding vulnerability, or pretending nothing affects them anymore. But emotional numbness is not peace. Numbness is usually exhaustion, or fear, or emotional shutdown after carrying too much pain for too long. The Stoics never taught emotional deadness. They taught emotional balance, the ability to remain grounded without becoming emotionally destroyed by every external event. That is very different, because life will always contain difficulty. People will disappoint you, loss will happen, criticism will happen, uncertainty will happen. And if your nervous system reacts intensely to every emotional shift in the external world, peace becomes impossible to maintain. But emotional steadiness changes the entire experience of life. The mind stops collapsing under every uncomfortable emotion. The body stops treating every setback like emotional catastrophe. The nervous system learns how to stay present during pain without becoming consumed by it completely. That is what the Stoics practiced. Not emotional suppression, not emotional avoidance, but emotional resilience. Marcus Aurelius experienced betrayal, grief, pressure, political chaos, illness, and constant uncertainty throughout his life. Yet he continuously returned himself to inner calmness instead of letting external circumstances dominate his entire emotional state. That calmness did not come from lacking feelings. It came from no longer depending on external control for inner stability. This is where many overthinkers struggle deeply. Their emotional state changes constantly depending on what happens around them. If people approve of them, they feel okay. If life goes smoothly, they feel safe. But the moment rejection, uncertainty, or discomfort appears, the nervous system spirals. This creates emotional fragility, not because the person is weak, because their peace became too attached to external conditions. The Stoics practiced separating inner stability from outer unpredictability. That changes everything internally, because eventually a person realizes, I cannot control every event. I cannot control every opinion. I cannot control every outcome. But I can learn how to remain grounded inside myself while life continues changing around me. That realization creates emotional freedom. And perhaps one of the most important parts of this freedom is understanding that sensitivity itself is not the problem. Many emotionally deep people think they must become colder in order to stop suffering. But the goal is not losing your heart. The goal is protecting your nervous system from unnecessary emotional chaos. You can still care deeply without emotionally collapsing every time life becomes uncomfortable. You can still love people without losing yourself completely inside their behavior. You can still feel emotions without becoming controlled by every emotional wave. That is emotional maturity. The Stoics understood that emotions themselves are natural, but emotional slavery begins when the mind becomes completely controlled by them automatically. A calm person still feels sadness, still feels disappointment, still feels grief, still feels anger. But the nervous system no longer turns every feeling into total internal destruction. This creates something powerful, inner space. A pause between emotion and reaction, the ability to breathe before spiraling, the ability to observe feelings without instantly drowning inside them. And over time, this steadiness changes the body itself. Sleep improves, anxiety softens, thoughts slow down. The nervous system stops reacting to every emotional discomfort like immediate danger. This is why true Stoic calmness feels peaceful instead of empty, because it is rooted in awareness, not emotional shutdown. Coldness disconnects people from life. Steadiness allows people to experience life without being destroyed by it constantly. That balance matters deeply, especially for overthinkers who spent years emotionally absorbing everything around them. The world does not need you to become emotionally numb. Your nervous system does not need more suppression. What it needs is emotional grounding, the ability to remain connected to yourself even during difficult moments. Tonight, painful thoughts may still rise. Emotions may still move through you. Memories may still appear. That is part of being alive. But for now, you do not need to fear your emotions so deeply anymore. You do not need to become cold in order to protect yourself from pain. You do not need to harden your heart to deserve peace. Instead, your nervous system can begin learning something gentler. That strength is not emotional absence. Strength is emotional steadiness. And maybe true healing begins the moment you finally realize you can remain soft-hearted without allowing the world to endlessly shake your inner peace. And even after learning how to become emotionally steadier, many people still experience one confusing and painful reality. They finally reach a peaceful environment, yet their body still refuses to relax. The room is quiet. Nothing dangerous is happening. No immediate threat exists. And yet the nervous system remains tense, restless, alert, and emotionally guarded as if danger could appear at any moment. This confuses many overthinkers deeply. They wonder why peace feels so difficult even when life becomes calmer externally, why sleep still feels fragile, why the body remains anxious in situations that should feel safe. But the answer is important. A nervous system trapped in survival mode does not automatically recognize safety just because circumstances improve. The body responds to what it has been conditioned to expect emotionally. And for some people, danger existed for so long that safety now feels unfamiliar. This often begins very early in life. Some people grew up around constant tension, criticism, unpredictability, emotional instability, conflict or fear. Others experienced betrayal, abandonment, humiliation, chronic stress, or environments where they had to stay emotionally alert to protect themselves psychologically. So the nervous system adapted. Stay ready, stay careful, stay alert, do not fully relax. And over time, hypervigilance becomes automatic. The body no longer knows how to fully power down. Even years later, even in peaceful environments, the nervous system continues scanning for possible threat, because survival conditioning became deeply wired into the body itself. This is why some people feel uncomfortable during silence, why calmness creates anxiety instead of relief, why vacations feel emotionally strange, why restlessness appears during peaceful nights. The body became addicted to vigilance because vigilance once helped survival. And perhaps this is one of the hardest truths about emotional healing. The mind may logically understand that the danger is over, while the nervous system still emotionally behaves as if danger remains. That gap creates enormous frustration. People criticize themselves for overreacting or being anxious for no reason. But survival mode nervous systems are not irrational. They are protective systems that adapted too strongly over time. The Stoics understood how deeply perception shapes suffering. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return to reality instead of becoming consumed by imagined danger or emotional reactivity. But modern nervous systems often struggle with this because the body itself carries emotional memory. The body remembers what environments felt unsafe. The body remembers unpredictability. The body remembers emotional pain. Even when the conscious mind tries to move forward, the nervous system may still remain partially trapped inside old survival patterns. This creates chronic tension. The chest stays tight. Thoughts remain alert. Sleep becomes shallow. The mind keeps searching for danger automatically, and eventually, the person forgets what genuine relaxation even feels like. Some people become so used to internal tension that calmness itself starts feeling suspicious. The moment life slows down, the nervous system immediately asks, "What am I missing? What problem is about to happen? Why does this feel too quiet?" The body struggles to trust peace because peace once disappeared suddenly in the past. This is why healing takes time. A survival-conditioned nervous system cannot instantly relax simply because someone says, "You're safe now." Safety must be experienced repeatedly before the body slowly begins believing it emotionally. That process is gradual, very gradual, and it often begins with small moments. Moments where the body experiences calmness without interruption. Moments where emotions rise without punishment. Moments where rest happens without guilt. Moments where silence exists without danger following afterward. These experiences slowly retrain the nervous system. The Stoics practiced grounded awareness because they understood emotional stability comes partly from distinguishing present reality from old fear patterns. The mind must repeatedly return itself to what is actually happening now, instead of automatically reacting through old survival conditioning. That creates emotional space, because eventually the nervous system starts realizing something important. Not every quiet room hides danger. Not every peaceful moment will suddenly collapse. Not every emotional discomfort means catastrophe is approaching. The body can learn safety again, but many overthinkers unknowingly make healing harder by attacking themselves for still feeling anxious. They become frustrated with their nervous system instead of understanding it compassionately. Yet survival mode is not weakness, it is adaptation. Your body learned how to protect you the best way it knew how. The problem is simply that the protection no longer matches the present moment. Tonight, your nervous system may still feel alert, even while lying safely here. That is okay. Healing nervous systems often take time to soften. You do not need to force yourself into instant calmness. You do not need to shame your body for struggling to relax. For now, you can simply allow the body to experience this moment slowly, the quiet, the breathing, the stillness. And maybe little by little the nervous system can begin understanding something new tonight. That survival mode is no longer the only way to exist. That safety does not always disappear. And that your body is finally allowed to stop guarding against a danger that already passed long ago. And after spending years trapped in survival mode, emotionally alert, mentally overstimulated, and constantly trying to protect yourself from misunderstanding or rejection, another exhausting burden often remains hidden underneath it all: the desperate need to be fully understood by everyone. Many people quietly spend enormous emotional energy trying to explain themselves to the world, trying to make others see their intentions correctly, trying to prove they are not selfish, not lazy, not weak, not bad, not unworthy. The mind keeps replaying conversations, defending itself internally, rehearsing explanations, hoping that if people could just understand them properly, peace would finally arrive. But the nervous system becomes exhausted carrying this impossible mission, because no human being can fully control how every person interprets them. Some people will misunderstand you no matter how honest you are. Some will project their own wounds onto you. Some will judge you through their fears, insecurities, limitations, or assumptions. And overthinkers suffer deeply because they often take misunderstanding personally. The mind begins believing, if they misunderstand me, maybe something is wrong with me. So the nervous system keeps trying harder. Explain more. Clarify more. Overanalyze every interaction. Replay every conversation afterward, searching for what could have been said differently. And eventually, the person becomes emotionally trapped inside endless self-defense. This creates profound mental exhaustion, because the brain never fully rests when it constantly feels responsible for controlling other people's perceptions. Many sensitive people especially struggle with this because they care deeply about connection, fairness, and emotional harmony. Being misunderstood hurts them intensely. Rejection feels emotionally threatening. Conflict creates nervous system overload, so they begin emotionally over-explaining themselves in order to avoid misunderstanding altogether. But this strategy quietly destroys peace, because the need for universal understanding can never fully be satisfied. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that people will think what they think. Some will misunderstand your actions regardless of your intentions. Some will criticize you unfairly. Some will never fully see your heart clearly. And strangely, freedom begins when you stop demanding total validation from the world before allowing yourself inner peace. That realization changes the nervous system profoundly, because many overthinkers are not only tired from life itself, they are tired from carrying the emotional pressure of constantly trying to be emotionally legible to everyone around them, trying to explain their choices, their boundaries, their pain, their silence, their needs, their personality. The mind becomes a non-stop emotional translator, hoping clarity will finally create safety. But people are limited. Some simply cannot understand experiences they have never lived through. Some only hear through the filter of their own beliefs. And some are emotionally committed to misunderstanding because it protects their own ego or narrative. This is painful to accept, especially for deeply thoughtful people, because thoughtful people often assume enough honesty should eventually create understanding. But human relationships are more complicated than that, and suffering grows when your nervous system treats misunderstanding like emotional danger instead of normal human limitation. Many people spend years mentally carrying interactions where they felt unseen or misjudged. The brain replays those moments endlessly, trying to repair them internally. Why couldn't they understand me? Why did they judge me so harshly? What should I have said differently? But the Stoics practiced releasing attachment to external validation because they understood something important. Your inner truth does not disappear simply because someone else cannot recognize it fully. That perspective creates emotional steadiness, because eventually a person begins understanding, I do not need every person to approve of me before I deserve peace. I do not need to emotionally exhaust myself explaining my humanity to everyone. I do not need universal understanding to validate my existence. This does not mean becoming emotionally cold or disconnected. It means accepting that misunderstanding is part of human life. Even wise people are misunderstood. Even kind people are criticized. Even honest people are misjudged. And trying to eliminate all misunderstanding will emotionally destroy the nervous system over time. This is especially important at night, because the overactive mind often reopens social wounds after dark. The room becomes quiet, and suddenly the brain starts replaying interactions where you felt unseen, rejected, or emotionally invalidated. The nervous system keeps trying to mentally fix the misunderstanding before allowing rest. But some conversations will never fully resolve. Some people will never see you accurately. And strangely enough, healing begins when you stop fighting reality so hard. Marcus Aurelius focused far more on living according to his values than controlling how everyone interpreted him. That is where inner stability grows, not in endless explanation, but in quiet self-respect. Tonight, your mind may still want to defend itself. It may still replay conversations, searching for perfect understanding. It may still fear being misjudged. That is part of being human in a deeply social world. But for now, you do not need to convince every mind in order to calm your own nervous system. You do not need universal validation before allowing yourself rest. The people who misunderstand you may continue misunderstanding you, and yet your humanity remains real, your intentions remain real, your worth remains real. And maybe peace begins the moment you finally realize you were never meant to spend your entire life emotionally translating yourself to people determined not to fully listen. And after spending so many years trying to feel understood, validated, safe, accepted, and emotionally prepared for everything, the nervous system often develops another quiet addiction without even realizing it. Constant phone checking. Not because every notification truly matters, but because the brain slowly becomes dependent on microstimulation itself. A quick scroll, a new message, a notification, a refresh, a tiny burst of distraction every few minutes. And over time, the nervous system loses its ability to remain still for long without reaching for stimulation automatically. Many people no longer check their phone consciously. The body does it before the mind even notices. Moments of silence appear, and the hand reaches for the screen. A small feeling of discomfort appears, and scrolling begins instantly. The brain starts craving interruption constantly because uninterrupted stillness now feels emotionally unfamiliar. This creates hidden anxiety. Not dramatic anxiety all at once, but low-level nervous system activation happening continuously throughout the day. The mind never fully settles because attention is constantly being pulled outward in tiny fragments. This is what microstimulation does to the brain. It keeps the nervous system lightly activated all the time, and perhaps the most dangerous part is how normal this has become. Human beings now interrupt their own thoughts hundreds of times every day. The nervous system rarely experiences uninterrupted mental silence anymore. Every quiet moment gets filled immediately with information, stimulation, comparison, conversation, entertainment, or emotional noise. The brain becomes overcrowded, not only with thoughts, but with endless input, and eventually inner stillness begins disappearing completely. This is why so many overthinkers feel restless the moment they put their phone down at night. The distractions stop, the stimulation disappears, and suddenly the nervous system is left alone with itself again. That moment feels uncomfortable because the brain became conditioned to avoid stillness through constant interruption. The Stoics understood the importance of mental solitude deeply. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inward because he knew peace requires moments where the mind is no longer constantly reacting to external noise. But modern life makes this increasingly difficult. Phones create continuous emotional interruption. Every notification triggers anticipation. Every message shifts attention. Every scroll introduces new emotional information into the nervous system. Comparison, fear, news, conflict, validation, rejection, desire, pressure. The brain absorbs all of it continuously. And while each interruption may seem small individually, together they create enormous mental overstimulation over time. This is why constant phone checking leaves many people emotionally tired without understanding why. The nervous system never fully rests. Attention stays fragmented. The brain remains alert, waiting for the next stimulation. Even moments meant for calmness become interrupted automatically. The body slowly forgets how to simply exist quietly without needing input every few minutes. And this affects emotional health deeply. An overstimulated nervous system becomes less patient, less emotionally grounded, less capable of deep focus, and more vulnerable to anxiety. Thoughts speed up, sleep weakens, emotional reactivity increases because the brain rarely experiences true stillness long enough to regulate itself naturally. This is especially painful for overthinkers because the phone often becomes emotional escape. Feeling lonely, scroll. Feeling anxious, check notifications. Feeling uncertain, refresh the screen. Feeling emotionally uncomfortable, reach for stimulation. The brain learns to avoid internal experience through constant external interruption. But avoidance never creates peace. It only delays emotional stillness temporarily. The Stoics practiced something radically different. Presence. The ability to remain with themselves without constantly escaping into distraction. That ability creates emotional strength because the nervous system slowly learns that silence is survivable, that boredom is survivable, that uncomfortable feelings can exist without immediate stimulation rescuing you from them. This retrains the brain slowly, not through force, but through space. Moments where the nervous system is finally allowed to settle without constant interruption. At first, this can feel deeply uncomfortable for overstimulated minds. Restlessness rises quickly. The urge to check the phone appears automatically. Thoughts feel louder because the distractions disappear. But underneath that discomfort is something important. Your nervous system finally becoming audible again. The emotions, the exhaustion, the mental clutter, the overstimulation, the hidden anxiety beneath constant movement. And healing begins when you stop escaping every quiet moment automatically. Because true inner stillness cannot grow inside non-stop stimulation. The soul needs uninterrupted silence sometimes. Not endless input, not endless comparison, not endless reaction, just space. Breathing room for the nervous system to remember what calmness feels like again. Tonight, your mind may still crave stimulation, the urge to check, refresh, scroll, distract. That habit may still feel automatic, but for now, you do not need to fill every empty moment with noise. You do not need another distraction before sleep arrives. You do not need to emotionally outrun yourself through endless stimulation tonight. The phone can stay still. The room can stay quiet. And maybe your nervous system can finally begin remembering something it has not felt in a very long time. What it feels like to simply exist without constantly being pulled away from yourself. And after spending an entire day absorbing stimulation, carrying emotions, managing responsibilities, replaying conversations, checking notifications, suppressing stress, and surviving endless mental noise, many people make one painful mistake before sleep. They bring the entire unfinished day into bed with them. The body lies down physically, but psychologically, the day never actually ends. The mind keeps working, reviewing, analyzing, planning, regretting, preparing. The nervous system continues carrying emotional momentum from the entire day straight into the night. And this is why so many people feel exhausted but still unable to rest, because the brain never received closure. Human beings were not designed to remain mentally open 24 hours a day. The nervous system needs emotional transitions, It needs moments where the mind slowly releases the psychological weight it has been carrying before entering deep rest. But modern life rarely allows this anymore. People move directly from stimulation into sleep attempts without mentally slowing down first. Screens until midnight, work thoughts until bedtime, emotional stress carried silently into darkness. The nervous system stays activated right until the moment the body expects itself to sleep. And then people wonder why the mind keeps racing. The Stoics understood something deeply important about inner peace. The mind must be taught how to let go of the day consciously. Marcus Aurelius practiced evening reflection not to obsess over life, but to mentally release it. He reviewed the day calmly, learned what needed learning, accepted what could not be changed, and then allowed the mind to rest instead of endlessly carrying unfinished psychological tension forward. That practice creates emotional closure. And emotional closure matters deeply for nervous system healing, because many overthinkers live in constant psychological carryover. Yesterday's stress enters today. Today's worries enter tonight. Tonight's fears enter tomorrow morning. The nervous system never fully resets because mentally nothing ever truly closes. This creates chronic internal exhaustion. Some people are not only tired from what happened today, they are carrying weeks, months, even years of accumulated emotional residue because the mind never learned how to release experiences properly. Everything stays mentally open: the argument, the embarrassment, the fear, the responsibility, the unfinished task, the emotional wound. The brain keeps holding all of it simultaneously. And nighttime becomes emotionally crowded because silence finally exposes how overloaded the nervous system truly is. The Stoics practiced mental closure through acceptance, not denial, not emotional suppression, but conscious release. What happened today happened. What could be controlled was controlled. What could not be controlled must now be released. That mindset calms the nervous system because it stops demanding endless mental continuation from every experience. Many anxious minds believe constant mental replay equals responsibility. They think holding on to everything proves they care deeply enough. But endless psychological carryover does not create wisdom. It creates exhaustion, because the brain cannot heal while remaining emotionally open to every unfinished thought indefinitely. This is why evening rituals matter so deeply for mental health, not rigid routines for perfection, but intentional slowing, signals to the nervous system that the day is ending now, breathing slower, reducing stimulation, letting conversations go, allowing mistakes to remain imperfect, stopping the endless planning, returning attention gently back to the present moment. The body needs this transition emotionally. Without it, the nervous system stays partially activated all night long. And perhaps one of the hardest lessons for overthinkers is learning that not every problem must be solved tonight. Some things can wait. Some answers will come later. Some emotions need rest more than analysis. The Stoics believed sleep itself was part of wisdom because exhausted minds lose perspective. Marcus Aurelius understood that the nervous system cannot think clearly forever without recovery. Yet modern overthinkers often treat bedtime like another work shift for the mind. Review everything, prepare for tomorrow, analyze every interaction, predict every outcome, carry every responsibility, and the nervous system quietly breaks under the weight of non-stop psychological activity. But healing begins when the brain finally receives permission to stop carrying the day forward endlessly. That permission matters more than many people realize, because some people have not truly ended a day mentally in years. Their nervous system simply moves from one mental burden directly into the next, without pause. Tonight, You do not need to keep reopening the entire day inside your mind. You do not need to mentally continue every unfinished conversation before sleep. You do not need to solve tomorrow tonight. For now, this day can gently close. The mistakes can rest. The worries can soften. The unfinished things can wait until morning. Your nervous system does not need to carry everything through the darkness. The room is quiet now. Your breathing is here. And maybe peace begins the moment you finally understand. Rest is not only physical. Sometimes true rest begins when the mind finally learns how to emotionally put the day down. And even after the mind tries to close the day, another strange pattern often appears once the room becomes quiet. Old embarrassing memories suddenly return without warning. A conversation from years ago, an awkward moment, something you said wrong, a social mistake nobody else probably remembers anymore. And suddenly, the nervous system reacts as if the event is happening all over again in the present moment. The chest tightens, the stomach drops, shame rises instantly, and the mind starts replaying the memory again and again, searching for escape from something that already ended long ago. Many people wonder why this happens so often at night. Why the brain suddenly drags old humiliation back into awareness exactly when they are trying to rest. The answer goes deeper than simple memory. It is connected to social survival itself. Human beings evolved as deeply social creatures. For ancient humans, rejection from the tribe could threaten survival. Being excluded, humiliated, or socially disconnected carried serious consequences thousands of years ago. So the brain adapted by becoming highly sensitive to social mistakes. The nervous system learned to remember embarrassing experiences intensely in order to avoid repeating them. That survival mechanism still exists today. The problem is that modern minds often keep replaying harmless social memories long after they are emotionally useful. The brain treats embarrassment like unfinished danger. So at night, when distractions fade away, the nervous system starts reopening old social wounds automatically. Why did I say that? Why was I so awkward? What must they think of me? The ego keeps revisiting the memory, trying to repair social safety internally. And perhaps this is one of the cruelest parts of overthinking. The mind assumes everyone remembers your mistakes as intensely as you do, but most people are far too busy worrying about themselves to carry your embarrassing moments the way you imagine. Still, the nervous system reacts emotionally because shame is powerful biologically. Shame activates deep fear inside the human brain because social belonging matters profoundly to emotional survival. This is why embarrassment can feel physically painful even years later. The body remembers the emotional vulnerability attached to the moment. And overthinkers often experience this more intensely because their nervous system is already hyper-focused on social perception and self-monitoring. The Stoics understood how destructive excessive concern about social image can become. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that human opinions are temporary, unstable, and often irrational. He knew that tying inner peace to perfect social performance creates endless suffering. Because human beings are imperfect by nature. Everyone says awkward things. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone experiences embarrassing moments, but overactive minds treat these moments like evidence of personal failure instead of ordinary human imperfection. And the more shame surrounds the memory, the more emotionally sticky it becomes inside the nervous system. The brain keeps replaying it because emotionally it still feels unresolved. This creates nighttime suffering. The room becomes quiet, and suddenly old social mistakes rise into awareness again. The nervous system interprets the memory as current emotional threat, even though nothing dangerous is happening now. This is why certain embarrassing memories feel almost impossible to forget. not because they define you, because the survival brain became emotionally attached to avoiding social rejection. The Stoics practiced self-acceptance grounded in reality rather than perfection. They understood that people who constantly fear looking foolish eventually become imprisoned by self-consciousness. And many overthinkers live exactly this way, monitoring every word, replaying every interaction, punishing themselves endlessly for ordinary human moments. But the nervous system cannot heal while carrying endless shame over being imperfectly human. Eventually, the mind must learn something freeing. Embarrassment is survivable. Imperfection is survivable. Awkward moments do not erase your worth. That realization softens the nervous system gradually, because now old memories lose some of their emotional power. The brain no longer treats them like unresolved emergencies requiring endless replay. Instead, they become what they always were, human moments, nothing more. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of emotional maturity, learning how to look back at your imperfect humanity without cruelty, without endless self-punishment, without turning every awkward memory into evidence against yourself. The Stoics believed wisdom includes compassion toward your own imperfections, not arrogance, not denial, but calm acceptance that human beings are flawed, emotional, vulnerable creatures, learning through mistakes constantly. That perspective brings peace, because eventually you stop needing to erase every embarrassing memory before allowing yourself rest. Tonight, your mind may still revisit old, awkward moments. That is part of how the survival brain tries to protect social belonging. But for now, you do not need to reopen old shame before sleep. You do not need to mentally relive every mistake your younger self ever made. You do not need perfect social history in order to deserve peace. The people involved have likely moved on long ago. Life has continued moving forward. And maybe healing begins the moment you finally realize your embarrassing moments were never proof that you were broken. They were proof that you were human. And after years of replaying mistakes, chasing validation, monitoring yourself socially, and trying to avoid every possible flaw, another exhausting pattern often begins taking over quietly, the constant pressure to improve yourself all the time. At first, self-development feels hopeful. You want to grow, heal, become wiser, stronger, more disciplined, more peaceful, and none of those desires are unhealthy by themselves. But for many overthinkers, self-improvement slowly stops feeling inspiring and starts feeling like emotional punishment. The nervous system becomes trapped inside endless self-correction. Every flaw must be fixed immediately. Every weakness becomes unacceptable. Every emotional struggle becomes evidence that more work is needed before peace is deserved. And slowly, the person stops living life and starts endlessly trying to repair themselves. This creates profound mental overstimulation, because the brain never fully rests when it constantly feels like a project under construction. Some people wake up already feeling behind before the day even begins. Not because life is collapsing externally, but because internally the mind keeps whispering, "You still are not enough yet. You should be more healed by now. You should be more disciplined. You should have figured this out already." And over time, growth itself becomes emotionally exhausting because it is no longer rooted in self-respect. It becomes rooted in self-rejection. This is one of the hidden dangers of modern self-development culture. Human beings are constantly told to optimize themselves endlessly. Improve your body, improve your mindset, improve your productivity, improve your habits, improve your emotions, improve your relationships. The nervous system absorbs all this pressure continuously, and eventually, many people stop feeling like human beings and start feeling like unfinished problems constantly needing correction. The Stoics approached growth very differently. They believed in discipline and self-awareness deeply, but not through hatred toward the self. Marcus Aurelius practiced improvement through calm reflection, not emotional cruelty. He observed his flaws honestly without turning his entire identity into failure because of them. That balance matters enormously, because many overthinkers secretly believe self-criticism is what keeps them growing. They fear that self-compassion will make them lazy or weak, so the mind stays harsh, demanding, unforgiving, always pushing. But the nervous system cannot thrive inside non-stop internal pressure. Eventually, even healing becomes exhausting when it is driven by shame. This is why some people feel mentally tired even while doing healthy things. Reading self-help constantly, analyzing themselves constantly, trying to heal constantly, trying to optimize every behavior constantly. The nervous system never gets permission to simply exist peacefully. Everything becomes another improvement project. Even rest becomes performance. Even meditation becomes pressure. Even healing becomes another way to feel inadequate. And perhaps the saddest part is this. Many people begin treating themselves like machines instead of human beings. They forget that growth naturally includes setbacks, confusion, emotional struggle, and imperfection. They expect themselves to heal quickly, think perfectly, react calmly always, and never emotionally regress. But human healing is not linear. No nervous system transforms overnight. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed wisdom grows through patience, repetition, awareness, and practice, not through emotional violence against yourself. That perspective softens the mind, because eventually a person realizes, I can grow without hating myself every step of the way. I can improve without treating my current self like a failure. I can pursue discipline without emotionally destroying my nervous system. This changes the entire emotional experience of self-development. Growth becomes gentler, steadier, more sustainable, because now the nervous system is no longer running purely on fear, shame, and inadequacy. Many overthinkers do not realize how deeply self-improvement pressure affects sleep as well. The room becomes quiet at night, and suddenly the brain starts reviewing everything still wrong with you. What habits still need fixing? What flaws still need improvement? How much further you think you should already be? The mind turns bedtime into another self-evaluation session instead of rest. But healing cannot fully happen inside endless self-monitoring. At some point, the nervous system needs acceptance too. Not complacency, not giving up. Acceptance. The understanding that your humanity does not disappear simply because you are still growing. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that human beings are imperfect by nature. The goal was never perfection. The goal was alignment, awareness, and steady character despite imperfection. That creates peace, because now growth no longer feels like a desperate attempt to become worthy enough to exist calmly. Now growth becomes something healthier, an act of care instead of punishment. Tonight, you do not need to fix your entire life before sleep arrives. You do not need to become perfect before allowing yourself rest. You do not need to emotionally attack yourself into becoming better. For now, your nervous system is allowed to stop performing self-repair, allowed to breathe, allowed to be unfinished without panic, allowed to exist without turning every flaw into a crisis. And maybe true healing begins the moment you finally understand. Growth rooted in self-hatred will never create the peace your soul is actually searching for. The mind was never meant to carry this much noise for this long. For years, you have been carrying invisible pressure inside your nervous system, replaying conversations, predicting disasters, chasing validation, suppressing emotions, living in constant hurry, staying mentally alert long after the danger was gone. And slowly, the overactive mind forgot what true stillness even feels like. But tonight, something changed. Tonight, you remembered that not every thought deserves your fear. Not every emotion needs resistance. Not every uncertainty requires solving before rest becomes possible. You remembered that peace does not come from controlling life perfectly. It comes from loosening your grip on the endless mental struggle that has exhausted your soul for so long. The Stoics understood something most people never learn. The mind becomes quiet not through force, but through surrender. Surrender to the present moment. Surrender to imperfection. Surrender to uncertainty. Surrender to the truth that your nervous system was never designed to survive non-stop internal warfare. And maybe tonight, for the first time in a long time, your body can finally stop fighting itself. The thoughts may still come. The emotions may still rise. But now you know something deeper. You do not have to follow every fear. You do not have to carry every burden. You do not have to keep surviving a life that is no longer attacking you. You are allowed to rest now. And before you drift deeper into stillness tonight, leave a comment below and tell me quietly, which part of this session felt like it was speaking directly to your soul? Sometimes the healing begins the moment we finally realize we are not carrying these silent battles alone. And if this session helped your overactive mind soften even a little tonight, subscribe to the channel and return whenever the noise of the world becomes too heavy again. I'll keep creating these deep Stoic sleep sessions to help your mind slow down, your nervous system heal, and your inner world finally find peace again.